Right, that's right. That's true.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you all for being here on this Saturday. I am Kelly Piment. I'm the chair of the Budget Committee. For those of you joining virtually, please remember to turn on your mic when speaking and mute your mic after you're finished. I might go around and ask each one of you if you have any questions or comments prior to concluding each section of the agenda. If you do have questions that come up during the presentation, if you can please put your placard up or your name placard up sideways. That way I'll make sure to get to each of you as you have questions. At Budget Committee meetings, we'll be following Robert's Rules of Orders. Robert's Rules of Order is a standard set of rules to run orderly meetings, and obviously we want to keep things orderly. The team will be capturing all of our comments, questions, and requests to follow up, information if necessary. Public comment has been scheduled for 11:30 a.m. Please make sure that you have signed in to be called upon if you would like to make public comment. Please keep public comments to 2 minutes. The deadline for written testimony and registration for video testimony was by 12 p.m. on Wednesday, April 23rd. At Budget Committee meetings, we'll be following the same public comment protocol, which is harder to say than it looks, as at the city meetings. So the City of Tigard Budget Committee meeting is now convened. Today's goal is to hear all information on the fiscal year 2025-2026 proposed City of Tigard budget. And I would ask Gregory Brown to call roll as he is the secretary, but he is not here yet. So I'm wondering if either Kalina Plath or Jake Schlack would mind doing the roll call.
Aaron McCool.
Present.
And I apologize if I mess up your names. Ethan Postrel.
Present.
Philippe Aguilar.
Present.
Gregory Brown. Kelly Pemmett.
Here.
Lauren Poling.
Here.
William Lewis.
Present.
Mayor Heidi Lube.
Here.
Councilor Maureen Wolf.
Here.
Councilor Faraz Gadisi.
Present.
Councilor Heather Robbins.
Present.
Councilor Jake Schlack.
Here.
Councilor Jeanette Shaw.
Here.
Councilor who?
Here.
Youth Councilor Shariah Maineni. The roll has been called.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to thank the committee for electing me as chair. In addition, I'd like to thank Gregory Brown for his willingness to be our committee secretary.
Thank you.
Just some housekeeping items. We have a few scheduled breaks during the meeting. So if you need to step away at any other time, please feel free to do so. If you are a voting committee member and are attending virtually, which I think we just have one person doing that, please note in the chat when you're stepping away, and please let us know when you return. If you're unable to connect to the meeting or you have any technical difficulties related to the Budget Committee meeting, please call 971-464-1476. This number is call-in only. Texting this number will not work. Okay, so now introductions. I'm going to call on each of you to introduce yourself, and I'm hoping that you'll share why you're interested in volunteering with the city and also what your favorite spot in Tigard is. So we'll start with Aaron McCool.
Hello, thank you. I'm Aaron McCool. I'm a member of the Budget Committee. I've lived in Tigard for almost 10 years now, and I've always wanted to be involved in the all things local. So this was a good opportunity to jump in on that. And my favorite spot in Tigard right now is Cook Park. I have a 7-year-old daughter, and she really loves the new park, so that is our favorite spot. Thank you.
Thank you. Ethan Postrel?
Good morning, Ethan Postrel, and I've been interested in volunteering just to kind of be a part of the community that my family and I live in, and I've always loved it here and want to be able to give back in some way. As for my favorite spot, I think it'd be kind of the Fano Creek Trail system near where we live, because I've got a 7-year-old and 4-year-old daughter, so we spend a lot of time there, both riding the trails, looking at the ducks, playing at the parks, and all that. So, thank you.
Okay, Felipe Aguilar?
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Felipe Aguilar. Originally from Kansas City, volunteering a lot out there. So, moved to Tigard about 3 years ago or so. So, just looking for opportunities out here to really give back to the community. So excited to be here for sure. Favorite spot is probably the Tigard Plant Store next to in the alleyway near the Dollar Tree. So, thank you.
Okay, Gregory Brown?
Yes, Gregory Brown, I'm Budget Committee Secretary. I'm interested in volunteering with the Budget Committee because I really appreciate the work that citizen committees do. It's a great opportunity to get connected to your friends and neighbors and participate in local government. Let's see here. My favorite part in Tigard is Cook Park.
All right, that's 2 votes for Cook Park. I'm Kelly Piment. I've been on the Budget Committee for a few years now. I started volunteering just because I moved here from North Portland and fell in love with this little city, and I want to do everything I can to help keep it an amazing place to live. My favorite place is Summer Lake Park. It is right by my house, and I can walk my 13-year-old and 2-year-old dogs there, and they keep everybody safe from monsters, squirrels. Next, Lauren Poling.
Hi, Lauren Poling, first year on the Budget Committee. I've lived in Tigard for about 9 years. Interested in the committee. I've been a finance professional, and I think where people spend their money shows what their priorities are. So interested in learning more about City of Tigard priorities through this. Favorite place in Tigard is probably combination Fano Creek Trail and also the new plaza downtown. Also live close by and like walking down. Have a 4-year-old daughter, also loves the ducks. So yes, thank you.
Thank you. William Lewis.
I'm William Lewis. I have lived in Tigard for about 10 years after moving back to the Portland area from Colorado. I was interested in volunteering for the city just to get more involved in the local government that kind of operates or has the most impact on our kind of day-to-day lives. And I agree, Fano Creek, favorite place. I live right in the neighborhood, so the ducks and the trail.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Heidi Loop.
Good morning, everyone. I have been serving the Tigard community for the last 6.5 years. This is my 7th budget cycle, and I still learn new things every time. My favorite place in Tigard, I think all of us with littles agree that Cook Family Park is the place to be. It is really the crown jewel of our community and where so many families and individuals spend their time. I will also say my neighborhood. We have built a pretty incredible community in my neighborhood, and oftentimes, you know, my daughter runs out of the car and she's gone because she sees people playing in the neighborhood, which is a pretty special place to be able to grow up in a community like that. So really appreciate everything Tigard has to offer.
Thank you. Counselor Wolf?
Hi, everyone. This is entering my third year on council, and it's really hard for me to pick a favorite place. We have some good friends, my husband and I, and who love to explore new restaurants that are popping up or other options like that. So that's great fun to just keep exploring new things in Tigard. So just the opportunity to continue to explore is my favorite thing, I think, about Tigard. So thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Gadusi?
Hello. One of the main reasons why I joined council to begin with was, finding a way to help change the town for my children. We're sort of settled here now. We're going to be here for a very long time. So I know that a lot of the things that we're doing are going to be incremental and really sort of pave the way for the next 10 years. And my favorite spot is, I really like Rotary Plaza and the Heritage Trail, which is, thanks.
Thank you. Excuse me. Counselor Robbins?
Hi. This is my first year on Budget Committee. I'm volunteering because I suppose essentially I'm a busybody and want to know what's going on and have a hand in that. My favorite spot in Tigard, honestly, the mayor stole it from me, but is my neighborhood as well, or being at home. It's just an idyllic setting. Actually, the house next door to me is for sale, and a colleague at work, when I was driving home, I actually stopped at the top of the hill and took a picture, because just going down the hill and into the neighborhood, I get such a sense of peace coming into this neighborhood. And a lot of times there are kids just playing right in front of my yard, and we know all the neighbors. We have a very good community, and yes, to have my kids grow up knowing half the people and just knowing where they are is very special.
Thank you. Counselor Schlack?
Good morning, everyone. Jake Schlack, Tigard City Council. This is my fourth budget cycle with the city, first time as a city councilor. Got involved in the budget committee before because I'm a numbers guy, and it seemed like a great way to take my professional skill set and find a way to contribute to our community. My favorite spot in Tigard is Summer Lake Park, a great place to go get some walking loops in and, look at dogs and geese and the queues of pickleball players that are always there, rain or shine. So my favorite spot in Tigard.
Okay. Counselor who?
Good morning. First question is why. So this is my third budget cycle. Prior to that, I was on the planning commission for 7 years. I got involved because I want sidewalk for my neighborhood. My favorite part, I guess I'll be the third person to say my favorite part is the Fennel Creek Trail, and especially the new one. I rode in this morning on my bike. It's so nice to see so many people walking on it so early this morning, and it's just really exciting because I first got voted to approve it when I was a planning commissioner many years, and it's just so exciting to see it come to fruition earlier this year. So whatever we're doing today will have long-term impact on the city. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Counselor Shaw?
Great, thank you. Jeanette Shaw, Tigard City Councilor. It's my fifth year on the Budget Committee, though I have to say, as one of those geeks that called in and listened in at least the 3 previous years, to the point of knowing your community and where the money is spent. As far as favorite place in Tigard, it really depends on the season, and I'm very thankful as counselors we don't have district or wards, because I can like the whole city, and there's so many different components I like. So it really depends on fall, winter, spring, summer, but I'd have to say right now with the spring, very excited about the trails, but summer I'm looking forward to being able to kayak on the Tualatin River, which is one of my favorite things to do too. So thank you, and look forward to today's budget discussion.
Yes, I forgot about the river. Very excited for that too. Okay, I think our first order of business is to approve the minutes from the May 20th, 2024 meeting. I believe copies of summary minutes from that meeting have been handed out to everyone electronically in advance of the meeting. Are there any additions or changes to the summary that anybody feels needs to be made?
I did have one question after looking through it. In the top paragraph of the first section, reconvening the City of Tigard Budget Committee, it referenced in a couple places there the FY 23-24 proposed budget. And I was not involved in this, but I just wonder, based on the date of the meeting, if that should have been the FY 24-25 proposed budget.
I would imagine that's a typo.
Okay. That was my only comment. Thank you.
Okay. Is that something that needs to be amended?
If we could still have a motion with the edits as proposed.
Okay, okay. Okay, is there a motion to approve the summary with the changes as proposed? Is there a second?
Seconded.
Okay. All right, I will now take a roll call vote for approving the summary minutes with changes to the date. If you are in favor, please say yes. If opposed, please say no. Aaron McCool?
Yes.
Ethan Postrel?
Yes.
Felipe Aguilar?
Yes.
Gregory Brown?
Yes.
Kelly Piment, yes. Lauren Poling?
Yes.
William Lewis?
Yes.
Mayor Lube?
Yes.
Counselor Wolf?
Yes.
Counselor Gadusi?
Yes.
Counselor Robbins?
Yes.
Counselor Schlack?
Yes.
Counselor Shaw?
Yes.
Counselor Hu?
Yes.
Okay, the motion is adopted by unanimous vote of the Budget Committee. Okay. So our next item of business is to hear the city manager's budget message from our budgets officer, interim city manager Rob Drake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. This is my, either as an elected official or city manager, my 34th budget. And I can say with great certainty and respect to Eric and the financial team, this is among the finest budgets I have worked with over my public service. And there are many reasons why, but I also want to note that the leadership team or department heads for City of Tigard are excellent. They contributed a lot to this budget also, and I think what's significant for the community is that this budget for multiple decades has received national awards, and the city's audit results each year, again approaching 4 decades, has been provided a clean opinion by the outside independent auditor. I can't say that there's any other city in the region that has this enviable record in terms of openness, transparency, integrity, and for your taxpayers, they may disagree sometimes with how you spend money, but there is no question that this city has followed the law, that it follows nationally recognized standards, and these awards come from independent people in this business, but they're from all over the country. And so if anything, you can with confidence look at your elected officials and appointed officials. They're doing the job they're supposed to do. And again, you may disagree with politics at times, but what you can't disagree with is a budget with high integrity and people spending your money in the correct fashion. So I wanted to lead with that. Again, I have no axe to grind other than I've appreciated my time here, a short time as interim city manager, but to Mayor Lube and the rest of the council. You've been supportive, also very transparent, and having been a former elected official, I know the work you're doing every day, and your community's lucky to have you. So with that, I'm just going to talk briefly about the budget and how we got to where we are today. It's been a challenging time to be in government, and with the multiple budgets I've seen, I've served for some period of time, and we've had ups and downs in the economic cycle over the years, but I would say, and this is just a comment, it doesn't mean we run in the other direction, but these are uncertain times for many reasons, politically, financially, and even looking around the region, I see many municipal corporations, cities, counties, special districts, the state. These are tough financial times. But what I found with the staff here and with the elected officials, willingness to tighten the belt and be responsible so that 2, 3, and 4 years down the road, you're not going to be looking over a very deep abyss and say, how are we going to get across here? Because we didn't manage our funds well along the way. And the funds have been well managed. And I look at some other cities and the counties that traditionally enjoyed very high contingencies, and they could glide along and pretty well buy what they wanted or spend as they wanted. That has changed. And in discussions internally before things started coming forward, we talked and made a recommendation and brought this forward to you that do some minor cutting, but what's nice is no people will be cut from this budget, and that the service levels that you want to provide as elected officials and as appointed officials, you can still do that. Everybody will be here through this next budget cycle. And that allows you to keep providing the service your residents have come to like, and that for a short period I managed and saw the dedication. So this budget tightens the belt a bit. It's at 3%, but in doing so, it allows you to move forward and again and not wonder when the crunch is going to hit. You have to stay disciplined, but watching Eric and his team and looking at the council, you don't have to worry about discipline. It's there, and I'm confident will remain. This budget also meets the guidelines, the commitments that the council has made to the public. It carries those on and allows you again to function, to be a community that supports diversity, equity, and inclusion, and charts its own direction and does things that are supposed to be done. So if somebody calls City Hall, there'll be someone to answer, and if something needs to be done, there's enough flexibility. If a crisis hits, they can make the right decision as they need to make it. So you're going to, you've all had a chance to read the budget now. You're going to be deciding over the next few weeks about what's in and what's out, and I hope you find the budget to your liking, and I wish you well on your decisions prior to full adoption. But it's a very responsible, easy to read document. It clearly enunciates what's been done this year and what they anticipate to do next year. And I can't say anything finer than that. This is a good budget. It's honest, and I think it's something that will keep Tigard functioning at a very high level. So, Madam Chair, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all your help and leadership. So, are there any questions regarding the city manager's message? And please, as a reminder, if you do have questions, if you could put your placards up so that I can make sure I call on everybody, that would be very helpful. Okay, no questions. So our next item of business is to, oh, is there a question? Sorry, I missed it.
Not a question, Chair, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Interim City Manager Drake for stepping in right at the beginning of this budget cycle and shepherding the team in order to put this document together and help set us up for success for the next financial year. Thank you so much.
Okay. So our next item of business is to hear the budget in brief and overview from Finance Director Eric Kang.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll start off by sharing one of our key documents. So as you know, if you look around this room right here, the city relies heavily on several of our key documents. So things like our strategic plan, our council goals, system plans. We have department strategic plans as well that really guide how we put our budget documents together. But one of our key documents that really ties together all of our documents is our community promise and our 5 E's. So if you look at the 5 E's over here, we also have them right on the wall onto my left. These represent the 5 key promises that we've made to the community. So equity, environment, economy, engagement, and excellence. And so these are the lens in which we guide our decision making and bring forward proposals in the budget and to serve the community. So thank you, Interim City Manager Drake, for your message. I just wanted to reiterate the history of the fiscal stewardship of the city. So as you mentioned, nearly 4 decades of receiving acclaim from the Government Finance Officers Association. In addition to that, the city has received a AAA bond rating from S&P Global, which is one of the 3 major rating agencies. And so the AAA rating, that is the highest possible rating. And it's very far and few the number of AAA ratings you'll see just across the country. And this was really made possible by the stewardship and responsible budgeting that's been represented by the current and past council and budget committee and the city teammates. So I just want to applaud and thank all of those who have gotten the city to this point. And so with that, I want to talk a little bit about the budget priorities and what you've seen in the proposed budget for fiscal year 26. So really, when we started off the budgeting process, the key tenets that we followed were to continue improving Tigard's long-term fiscal health. I think that goes without saying, but ensuring that we are remaining transparent and accountable to the community. And so one of the things that we've done, and you'll see in our most recent email on the budget, and Budget Manager Plath will also speak on this further, we embarked on having a new budget software that Council approved earlier this year. So we have a new, more transparent tool for budgets where the community will be able to research and deep dive into the budget really at their fingertips in a more easier to navigate way. Addition to that, we're continuing to implement our financial best practices, and so we've undergone some revamps in our financial forecasting. We've also implemented replacement funds over the last several years and revised those and refined them along the way, and so we'll talk a little bit more about what those replacement funds are. Those are essentially our reserves for our assets. And then another key item is our investment strategy. The city, we have been fortunate the last several years that we've been more proactive in our investment planning and strategy, and has provided some supplemental support to ensure that the city is fiscally stable, especially during this uncertain time. We are also continuing down the path of zero-based budgeting philosophy. So we've shared about this for the first time in the fiscal year 25 budget cycle. And really, this was intended to align our budgets to their service levels and what their needs are at the programmatic level. So this changes the assumption that you rather than assuming that the same amount of budget every year, it resets that to it's based on what the programmatic need is for the program itself. Additionally, some of our key goals this year were including advancing the police and public works facility project, which we'll speak to in further detail later today, and then finishing the Tyler modules. For our newer budget committee members, they may be hearing about Tyler for the very first time. Tyler is the city's ERP system that we've started several years ago. It's continued to be a budget priority over the last several years. I think today might be the final year I can say the word Tyler at a budget committee meeting, and I'm hoping that's the case. So the final module, this will also be shared, I think, at an upcoming council meeting soon. But we have the Enterprise Permitting and Licensing System, which is also known as EPL. This is our last major module that the city will be migrating for our permitting and licensing system at the city's permit center. All right, so as interim city manager Drake alluded to in his budget message, I do want to discuss some of the budget realities going into fiscal year 26. And these are just going to be at a high level. I will go into more detail at a later time. But going to fiscal year 26, you might have been hearing from across the region about the fiscal uncertainty. There's a lot of budget reductions just across the region, local and then also nationwide. Tigard has been fortunate in having a strong foundation through strong fiscal stewardship, strong reserves going to the next fiscal year. However, we are still not insulated by some of the regional challenges that we're seeing. And so some of the largest issues that you'll see as a theme throughout the budget, there have been increased operating costs over the last several years that have significantly outpaced our revenue growth. And then furthermore, uncertainty and volatility is caused by tariffs. We are expecting our costs to increase over the next several years. And lastly, we'll be speaking again about this at a later time too, but the Washington County Cooperative Library System, also known as WCCLS. This is a cooperative with the county and how they support our local public library. There are changes that we'll be sharing that we have more information on this year, but this is something that we have alluded to for the last several budget committee, but we do have some more information to share today. And so with that, I will turn it over to Budget Manager Kalina Pleth.
Thank you. And Network Administrator Vang, can we switch over to the digital version? Okay, while we wait for that one to come up, we'll just go over the general overview here of the proposed fiscal year 26 budget summary. And so, as typical, we have our resources of $453.8 million. Oh, there we go. We're going to switch over to our digital now. So I just wanted to take a second before we got into our standard overview and give everyone, most everyone in this room has already seen the new budget website and where they can view the budget. But for the general public and anyone watching, we have our city website, which shows you how to get to the budget. And if you can scroll down just a little bit, we're going to click the link. So instead of having all of the PDF versions, we've got this link here to the fiscal year proposed budget. And then it takes you to our new software, which creates our digital budget book. And you can see there along the left, you have your table of contents. That allows you to quickly navigate and get to all the sections you need. You don't have to open each section in a PDF any longer. So you can go through, look at the budget book. It's really easy to navigate. And then also in the upper right-hand corner, if you still want to have that static version, you can download a copy of a PDF right from this version. So we just kind of wanted to give that overview first to let everyone know while it looks a little different, it's much easier to navigate. You can still see our current budget back on our page if you scroll down and look at the individuals or download the very, very long PDF. But just wanted to give that overview and let everyone know if they were looking for it and didn't see the change this year, that the budget is presented a little differently. Okay, if we can go back to the slides. Thank you. And so on the previous slide, it gave a little more information about our total appropriations. Our total appropriations, which are expenditures for the year, are $241 million. And of that, $53.4 million is general fund. Our 5-year capital plan program is $254.6 million, with $59.4 million of that planned for this next upcoming fiscal year. And then where the money comes from. So this is going to show you where our revenues are coming from. And you can see that a large portion of what we have for our resources is our beginning fund balance. I believe the city prides themselves in leaving a good amount of resources in our funds so that we're not using every bit of it each year, as Finance Director King spoke about with our ongoing. Our annual revenues account for 37%. And then our transfers within funds account for 12%. And here's another breakdown of just exactly where those revenues come from. Our charges for services are our largest source of revenues. Many people think that it's our taxes. It's not. As you'll notice, our property taxes come in secondary at $27 million. And you can see at the pie chart where we actually delineate that out for you. It's only 16% is coming in as property taxes. So I'll move on to the next. And all of these are there for you in your proposed budget book. I don't want to read them all off to you. And then as you can see here, our appropriation of all funds, we are reserving 47% of all of our funding for future years, and 53% of it in the current year is going out to our total appropriations. The appropriations for all funds, the vast majority of our use of dollars goes to our operations at $115 million in this next year, and then followed by our capital improvements of $59 million. And as you can see, operations there is almost 50% of our organizational cost. And then within the operations, I don't think this is any surprise, 49.1% is for personnel services. So the staffing needed to keep the city running, with our interdepartmental costs coming in at about 25% and our materials and services at 23.2%. And then we've broken down all of our operations by department so that you can see, and this includes every fund within the city. You can see the difference if you go to the direct department pages as what funds pay each department. But as an overall, our largest departments are going to be our police department and our public works. That looks a little odd. Doesn't look odd here. Just going back to you. Okay. And then I'm going to turn it back over to Finance Director King so he can talk a little more in detail about our funds.
All right, thank you, Budget Manager Plath. I apologize for this chart. Looks like there might be some technical difficulties with that graph up there. It's definitely not how the PDF looks, I believe. But what you are, what you can see up there, it's supposed to be an allocation of where all our funds come in from the general fund. And so for the next few slides, I do want to focus specifically on the general fund and where the revenues are coming from, and then how the resources are being spent. And the reason why I want to focus on the general fund is because that is really the way general government services are funded. So your services like police, library, parks and recreation, events, and community development, those services are paid out of the general fund. And so the general fund does not include things like our utility services, things like water, street operations. Those all have their own dedicated revenue streams. And so with this chart right here, this represents the breakdown of revenues within the general fund, which represents about $44 million. I know it's a little difficult to see with this chart, but what's supposed to show is that our property taxes for the general fund represent 49% of the total revenue stream for the general fund. And just about a quarter of that is coming from our franchise fees. So that, I'm going to actually point it to with my laser, just to make it a little bit easier. Okay, so this blue chart over here, that is 49%. That represents our property tax revenue. And then this chart right here, the blue section, that is roughly 25% coming from our franchise fees. So our franchise fees, that is our the rate that's charged to our utility providers within the city to operate their utility lines. About 20% within this gray pie right there, and that's revenues from our other governmental revenues, such as the federal government, state, and local governments. In that specific slice right there, 36% of that comes from the state, and then about half of it comes from WCCLS. And then the federal grant portion actually represents less than 2%. All right, so for this next chart over here, this is a historical view of the general fund revenues and the forecasted growth for fiscal year 26. Again, this is similar to that last chart, but with looking at the last 5 years. You can see that the allocation over time has not changed significantly over the last few years. But the general overview is that the general fund revenues are expected to increase by roughly 4% in fiscal year 26. I will point out the first fiscal year 22 probably stands out to a lot of you. So that was an outlier year, and that is when the city received ARPA funds, which was a one-time funding source from the federal government. All right, so as I mentioned earlier about the budget realities, and I apologize, this is probably a little bit too small to read, but this chart right here is really representing the cost of living and the increased cost of operations within the city. So that the blue chart with that, or the blue line that you see in that chart right there, that represents the general fund revenue growth over the last 5 years or so, 5 or 6 years, including what we're projecting for fiscal year 26. The green and gray lines there represent our cost of living increases, which have increased our cost of operations within the city. And so, as you can see, really what the slide is supposed to demonstrate is the level of revenue growth in the general fund is not able to keep up with the pace of cost of living within the city. And as you know, the cost of living has increased substantially over the last several years with results of inflation. You saw 8% rates of inflation, 6% year over year for the last several years, which has significantly outpaced our revenue growth. Oh, gosh. All right, so again, I apologize for the slide. I think we're having some continued technical difficulties with the chart. So this chart is supposed to represent, and I'll again point out with my laser as best as I can, that blue biggest piece right there. Well, first off, this chart is the breakout of how expenses within the general fund are allocated across the different departments and divisions. And so this is a fully loaded cost allocation. So this includes things like central service allocations, so the cost of doing business like finance, HR, things like that, embedded into departments. And so that blue represents our police department. The green represents right here the Tiger Library. The gray represents community development. This blue right here represents mayor and council. Parks and Rec represents about 4% over here. There you go. Our municipal court is in the yellow. And then we we have facilities and capital projects within this green slice, and then we have a small contingency right here for which represents about 3%. Okay, well, this chart is working. All right, so with this chart right here, so as I mentioned, that previous chart was a fully loaded allocation of all of our divisions and departments within the general fund and how things are allocated, how funds are allocated. So this next chart right here breaks out our indirect charges. So those are our the cost of general government, so things like our city management, finance, HR, those services are broken out. They represent about 24% of the funding of the resources of the general fund. So that 24%, that represents about $12.7 million. That does cover things like fleet and facilities, the cost of maintaining our vehicles, maintaining our facilities, and then IT as well. And then this next chart, this is the breakout of how all of those indirect charges are allocated. So for that $12.7 million that I shared about in the general fund, these are the allocations of how indirect charges are spent within the city. And so overall, our indirect charges, they're actually decreasing this year by 1.7% from the prior year. Sorry, thank you for bearing with me. I'm having a little difficulty navigating the pointer or the clicker. Okay, so as the interim city manager Drake shared in his budget message, the general fund is proposing a reduction of 3% for the fiscal year 26 budget. And so for this process, the city leadership has been asked to tighten their belts and bring forward proposals on how we would do a 3% reduction. And so through that process, this is the allocation that has been brought forward. So as you can see right here, I know there's not a label on that yellow, that is the police department. So one of the things I want to emphasize and focus on the discussion for this breakout right here. So the 3% reduction represents a $1.9 million reduction to the general fund. And really for this exercise, the emphasis was placed on how can we make reductions without impacting service levels. And so one of the things we asked all of our departments to do is take another final look at their budgets. So some of these proposals right here are actually looking at making reductions to things like vacant positions, long-term vacant positions, positions that have been filled for many years. So these aren't just vacant positions due to turnover. They're just strategically we've made decisions not to fill them, but they've still been on the books. We've also looked at things like our utility costs and see if there is opportunity to save on utilities. Overall, really the impact to our service levels are intended to be minimal as a part of these reductions. So overall with the general fund, I'll say as part of our budget process, starting with last year, we did have a structural deficit starting in fiscal year 25. But one of the things that one of the approaches that we took is that we would use our vacancy savings and operating savings to close the gap. And that's how we forecasted for the next couple years. So generally, so what it means to have a structural deficit, that means for your planned revenue and expenses, that means your expenses are expected to outpace your revenues. But again, with our vacancy savings and operating savings, we've been able to close the gap for the past past year, and that's how we've projected out for the next foreseeable future. And so while you have a deficit, we're still able to close the gap without having to use any of our reserve funds. Now, with the uncertainty in the market, in addition to tightening labor, we are seeing that our vacancy and operating savings are expected to decline. So in the past, we've used a 10% assumption for our vacancy and operating savings. We are proposing to reduce that down to 7% based on what we're seeing today. In addition to that, when we'll talk about this in further detail, but certain revenue streams are expected to stay flat and actually decline. But overall, our revenue growth, we are still expecting to see about a 4% revenue growth going into fiscal year 26. And so with that, I'm happy to open up turn it back to the chair for questions.
All right. Thank you so much, Finance Director Kang and Budget Manager Plath. Are there any questions or comments about the budget in brief before we move to city revenues and WCCLS update? Councilor Schlack?
Thank you, Chair. Just one, this is sort of a Saturday morning type of question, but on slide 15 where we talk about charges for services, this isn't just system development charges. This would be things like water, like everything you would see on your water bill for various sorts of fees and charges that people pay. Is that accurate?
That's correct. So the charges for services, that represents basically our utility charges, things like the street maintenance fee, what you see on the utility bill.
Are there any other questions? Ethan Postro?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Kang, for the presentation. You talked about the 3% reduction in the budget year over year. Congratulations. I'm sure that was a challenge to get to. And is that like a nominal 3%, whereas if you were to include inflation, it would actually be kind of more of a savings or more of a reduction than that? And if so, I wonder if there was consideration given to just holding the budget flat on a kind of dollar basis and allowing kind of a natural representation of reduction via inflation to kind of cover that savings.
I might ask if you could rephrase that question a different way.
I was just wondering if that was a little wordy and confusing. So the 3% reduction, that's just based on the number of dollars last year reduced by 3% to the number of dollars this year, right? Is that right?
Actually, it's not. So we did factor in inflation when we do our proposed budgets. So things like our fixed costs, particularly if we're looking at like personnel costs, we have contractual requirements, particularly with our union represented folks. So we have to factor those in. And so after the proposed budget comes, or the initial numbers come through with all of our fixed increases, we are bringing forward a 3% reduction from those figures.
Okay, great. Yeah, that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, then let's move on to the next section. Finance Director Eric Kang and Library Director Halstead Bernard will now present the city revenue sources and WCCLS update.
All right, thank you, Chair. All right, so I will be speaking more into detail about the city revenues. Let me see here. Okay. All right, so for the city resources, this is going to be an overview, essentially, of all the revenue sources across the city. So for many of our new budget committee members, this will help inform you about how the city receives its revenue sources. And there are many different ways. And so for those who have heard this before, this is a continuation of what we've presented in the past, but it's an overview of basically all the sophisticated different revenue sources that the city has. So at a high level, these are kind of our major revenue sources for the city. Property tax, local option levies, the fees and charges. We receive significant funds from intergovernmental revenues, as I alluded to earlier. So that's things like from the county, from state, and other regional governments. The largest is our utility rates. That's for operating our water and sewer stormwater services. System development charges, and then lastly, our investment income. And so one of the things that's key to understanding how government accounting works is that there are 4 different types of categories for your funding sources. And so we have our general fund, that is basically your general most unrestricted source of revenues. So things like your property taxes feed into the general fund. Again, with those franchise fees, this is essentially how you fund your general governmental services, again, like your police services, your library services. And there is broad discretion on how the general fund is spent. Your next category are your internal service funds. So these are actually your funds that are for interdepartmental services. So things like your finance, HR, our reserves for reserves, things of that nature. Those all go into what's called the internal service funds, and these are allocated across all of our different revenue sources because essentially all of our out-facing programs rely on some level of administration to help support their services. Our special revenue funds, these are essentially a restricted revenue source. And so the city has quite a number of special revenue funds. And so these are restrictions that are imposed by either by city ordinance or by state law or other type of restrictions that are placed upon the city that these revenue sources have to be spent a specific way. So the best common example for that are going to be like our gas tax. Those are constitutionally required to be in a separate fund by the state, and we track all of our expenditures for that separately. Same with our street maintenance fee. That is by city ordinance, and we'll go into that a little bit further detail. And then lastly, your enterprise funds. These are also restricted funds. These basically act as what were called business type funds. And so these are self-sustaining funds and can only be used for specific business-like operations. So, for example, the best example for that are our utility services, so our water and sewer stormwater services. These programs have to be self-sustaining by our rates, and they cannot be used for any other purpose. So with this next slide here, so in the state of Oregon, with our property tax system, for those who might not be familiar, there are limitations on what sort of property tax revenues the city can raise. And so back in, I think I'm going to talk about this in a later slide, but the Constitution limits the ability to raise things like your millage rate. So in some other states, the Budget Committee and Council does have the ability to recommend changes to your millage rate, but the state constitution in Oregon does not. So when I talk about millage rate, that's like when you see our permanent rate is $2.51 per thousand. That is the rate that is assessed on your assessed value. Well, in the state of Oregon, that number cannot change without some sort of vote. And that is different from other states. The way that the state allows revenues to change from property tax is through what's called local option levies. And so these require a vote of the people. They can be renewed every 5 years. And they are also known as local option levies. They've gone by different terms. And then the other way is what's called a general obligation bond. And so these are typically for things like capital purchases. You've probably heard from the news, Tiger-Tualatin School District has a bond that's going to be on the ballot soon. So that's what a voter-approved general obligation bond is. So it raises capital for the city. So very, very quick history lesson. So back in '92, ballot measure 5 was passed, this actually placed a limit on the rate at which property tax can be assessed. That's the $10 per thousand. That was enacted back in 92, and then 97. There was the ballot measure 50, and this is what changed our permanent rates and established a permanent rate limit, so that $2.51, that's been frozen in time since 1997 and has not been changed. And then also placed a limit on growth to our assessed values to 3% annually. So this is a chart that I like to share every year because this is a good example of how does the city of Tigard's property tax rank in the region. And so if you look at this chart here, that green line, that represents the city of Tigard. The dots across, the green dot up there, that represents the average in Washington County. The yellow dot represents the average in the state of Oregon. So as you can see, the city of Tigard ranks amongst the lowest in the county and in the state as far as our permanent tax rate goes. Another important factor to share is for what's on your property tax bill, and I think this is a common misconception, is that the majority of those funds actually don't go to the city. The vast majority of those funds go to the school district. So in Tigard, 43 cents of that goes to the Tigard-Tualatin School District. Only 17%, or 17 cents, goes to the city. And then you'll see on the right, they go to various other taxing jurisdictions.
I was just going to say, do you want to add that that's our permanent rate and our levies and stuff together?
I
mean, is it? Yeah. I think
I'll
it's the
refer that.
combined rate.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, that does represent that, both. So as I mentioned earlier, for local option levies, these are a temporary increase to property taxes that have to be approved and renewed every 5 years. So back in 2024, the Tigard voters did approve our 5-year public safety renewal levy. This allowed the police department to retain several positions, key positions, including 8 patrol officers, school resource officers, de-escalation training, and then some support services. And so overall, with our city, property taxes represent about 16% of our total revenue sources. And in the general fund, specifically, that represents about 49% of the total pool of funds. And so really, in order to adequately service the city, there have been several fees and charges that have been approved by city councils over the past many years. That have been passed by ordinance to fully fund some of the key services that the community enjoys. And so just kind of a quick overview of what some of those fees are. So the PARF, which is a park and recreation fee, that is our fee that's assessed, that's also on the utility bill that fully supports our park and recreation services. Street maintenance fee, that was also adopted by ordinance to maintain the PCI, Pavement Condition Index, to maintain it above 80. And so that is basically the maintenance of the roads, so they're at a certain level. I just anecdotally put a note in there that the methodology for that fee is currently being evaluated. And then we have our solid waste rates. So the city doesn't actually provide their own solid waste services. That is franchised out to Pride and Waste Management. And so those two organizations provide those services. But we have a franchise agreement with them. And the city does set the rates for those services. In addition to that, the other major fees and charges include our utilities, system development charges, These services are, or these revenue sources undergo rate studies periodically, typically every 5 years, and they determine and inform what the rates are for these revenue sources. So another major revenue source for the city, again, as I mentioned earlier, intergovernmental revenues. These are the revenues that the city receives from other governmental agencies. The key ones really are the gas tax, liquor tax, marijuana tax. Those are taxes that are assessed and collected by the state, and then they reallocate those revenues to local cities based on a formula using city population. And based on some guidance that we receive from the state and also from the League of Oregon Cities, we are expecting these revenue sources to decline over the next several years. Other revenue sources for intergovernmental sources include things like the hotel and motel tax, also known as transient lodging tax. And so we receive two different types of transient lodging tax. One is our local share, and then we have a countywide transient lodging tax, which are both administered by the county. And then finally, the largest source of intergovernmental revenue is our Washington County Cooperative Library Services. So as I mentioned earlier about the enterprise funds, so these are, again, your business type funds. And so revenues from the utility rates, again, our three key systems are water, stormwater, and sewer services. Those revenues are supported by rates, which undergo a rate study, again, approximately every 5 years, that are informed by a system plan. These revenue sources, again, are highly restricted, can only be used for those specific services. And through that process, when we go through the system planning, that is a community-involved plan to prioritize things like capital projects, what sort of capital projects are needed to support the growth and sustainability of the system. In addition to that, things like our cost of maintaining our services for those utility systems are factored into those rate studies, and those look at a projected future, and they inform how different rate structures for the city to consider. System development charges, these are another large source of revenue for the city. So these are revenue sources. They are really driven by development and redevelopment. These are revenues that are assessed to new development within the city for infrastructure costs. And so anytime there's a new developer building a property, they are assessed a system development charge. And so these revenue sources support things like the impacts to our transportation system, our utility system. And so whenever there's new development, they have to support and pay for that impact. So for example, if we have a new development area, which we do in River Terrace, as new development comes in, they have an impact to like our sewer system. The sewer system has to expand to accommodate the new development. So system development charges are there to ensure that there's revenue sources coming in so that we can continue to expand that system to accommodate the new level of growth. And then finally, our investment income. So this is another significant source, or has become a significant source of revenue for the city. Our investments over the last couple years have performed very well, far better than how they've historically performed. So going into fiscal year 26, we are budgeting or forecasting $8.4 million in revenues, and that's citywide. So for our investments, as you can see here, the vast majority of those are tied to U.S. Treasuries. We do have a small portion in corporate bonds of about 17%. And then you'll see 22% is in our local government investment pool, and that is a basically a pool that's administered and or managed by the State Treasury Department. We are highly restricted on how we can invest our funds. These are all governed by the state and by state statute, and so the city is not able to do things like invest in equities. We can invest in things like cryptocurrencies, and really it's intended for capital preservation. Mayor Liu?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you again, Finance Director Kang, for looking at our investments and realizing that our policies needed to be updated. I think as we continue to go forward in challenging financial times, it's this sort of taking a look at it and ingenuity and creativity of saying, how can we do things better and make a benefit? And this has a direct impact on the reductions we don't have to make because we're looking at creative ways of bringing revenue into the city. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Committee member Ethan Posturel.
Thank you, Director King. Question about the investment portfolio. Are there any investments in what are commonly considered to be controversial sources? And this may get to what Mayor Lube was addressing. You know, the things that come to mind, and I'm not representing any personal opinions on these, but just rather, you know, what you typically see as controversial sources, things like fossil fuels, defense contractors, weapons manufacturers, things like that.
That is an excellent question. I'm just looking over because I think we've chatted about this. So the city has actively tried to stay away from any sort of controversial investments. So holdings in specifically, you know, defense companies, fossil fuels, those are actually not in our portfolio. That being said, I would caution looking into that because what's considered controversial is very subjective. To some, you know, controversial could also mean things like tech companies. It could also mean, you know, I mean, the list is pretty broad as far as what could be considered controversial, but specifically, we have shied away from things like fossil fuel companies and defense companies. That being said, our largest pool of investments, again, is U.S. Treasuries, and the U.S. government is the largest manufacturer and distributor of weapon arms in the world. So it is an interesting paradox.
Thank you.
Councilor Shaw.
Thank you, Finance Director King. I just appreciate the fact you raised that controversial could be many different things to many different individuals, and so I appreciate you highlighting that. So we're acknowledging that all voices are and could be heard. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right, and then so I'll continue on. And I'll pass these over to Library Director Holstead, or Bernard, sorry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Halstead Bernard, and I'm the Director of Library Services for the City of Tigard. It's my honor today to provide you with some background on our county library cooperative funding and governance and its impacts to our library funding. Oh, yeah, there's a clicker. Nice. Actually, I'll go back one. That's okay. This is a great map of all of our wonderful libraries throughout Washington County. Since 1976, we have existed in a cooperative partnership in Washington County that's comprised of 9 cities, 3 nonprofit agencies, and Washington County itself. So WCCLS, which we'll call WCCLS, Washington County Cooperative Library Services, it provides approximately 2/3 of the funding to run locally owned libraries, each of which is managed locally by a city or nonprofit agency. So here is the fiscal year 2025, 2024 to 2025 WCCLS departmental budget. This just gives you an example of how much funding comes, more than $27 million in operational funding from WCCLS. It also shows the breakdown of how much of that funding comes from the county general fund, the local option levy, and then it shows how much was last year currently in the reserves for WCCLS. In addition, what does WCCLS give us? I'm so glad you asked. We are given ebooks, e-audio books, central services like courier and homebound services, and internet infrastructure that links all of our local libraries into one system that everyone can use. Here's the slide known as the most boring pie chart ever. This is the fiscal year 2025 funding for the City of Tigard's library. 50% comes from the City General Fund, as we've already heard in the beginning part of this section, and 50% from the county. The 50% from the county, I will note, is roughly 25% from the county's general fund, 25% from the operating levy. So if we're trying to break down, I could have made a slightly more exciting pie chart, I suppose, that would have shown exactly what comes from the general fund, from the county, and from the operating levy. So our intergovernmental agreements state that in any year in which assessed value increases by 3% or more, and the Washington County General Fund transfer to WCCLS is maintained at current levels, contractors, that's all of the libraries, shall each receive an increase of 3% in the following year. I don't need to tell you all that this has not happened for the past 2 fiscal years. Fiscal year 24, we received a 1% allocation increase, fiscal year 25 a 2%, and fiscal year 26 we won't know exactly. They have their budget meeting on Monday, so poor timing on our part, unfortunately. But we will hope for a slightly increased allocation, but as you can see, this is not keeping up with our intergovernmental agreements. So, I talked about the local option levy. Director Kang mentioned the local option levy and this as a funding opportunity. So WCCLS has a local option levy, and currently there is a steering committee recommendation to increase that local option levy. The current levy is 22 cents per $1,000 of assessed value, and the recommendation has been made to 37 cents. So the 37-cent rate supports base service levels as recommended by the process I'm about to start to describe, so don't worry if you don't know what that means. And the last increase in this levy was 5 cents in 2015, so since then it has just been a renewal. So what is this funding and governance process anyway? Well, if we've determined that our current funding and governance structure is not able to continue to provide sustainable, equitable funding to all libraries in our cooperative, we have to make some changes. So starting early last year, WCCLS engaged in a consulting firm to work on this evaluation process. This includes interviews, data gathering, and participatory work sessions with city managers, nonprofit executives, and library directors. And here are our goals on this slide: to develop a shared vision. So what is our shared vision of what cooperative library services look like in our county? To support community engagement strategies. So we're hearing from everyone who lives, works, and plays in Washington County what they want from their library services. To agree to a shared understanding of the current state of library service in the cooperative, and to inform financial and service level modeling for future options. So that basically means we have to go and look at how we're all providing library services and how we could do that in the future. And then we agree to recommendation of preferred alternatives for base service levels and near-term funding options. And then we give those recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. Oh, I should say, for our process, I will give a shout out to our who participates locally. Well, that's our city manager. Thank you very much, Rob. And Kimmy Zell, who's in the back there, and myself. And we are in these meetings every few weeks. And not only have we participated in lots of exciting exercises, but we have been individually contacted. So there's a combination of group work with all of the other libraries and then individual work, so we're able to speak one-on-one with the consultants and talk about our local funding and staffing realities. So this slide is about the recommendations that have been made so far in the process. These recommendations were made to the Board of County Commissioners in February. These recommendations came out of the work that I earlier described, and the 3 recommendations are that county funding will support a base level of service as 45 open hours per week at each library. And I will note that currently the Tigard Public Library is open 64 hours per week. That the county should consider at minimum a 10-cent levy rate increase and proposed a 15-cent levy rate increase to support this level of service throughout the county. And WCCLS will provide centralized physical collection management and interlibrary loan service. So what does that mean? Collection management is the phrase that we use for the group of tasks that involves selecting and acquiring library materials and then processing and cataloging them so that they are findable and usable by our entire community. This work is currently done by many employees at the Tigard Public Library. These are employees who have both educational background and professional experience finding the exact right materials for our community members and for cataloging them so they can be both findable and browsable. An enjoyable browsable experience in any library is like when you go to Powell's and you get to see staff picks. We have staff picks at our library. So all of this goes into delivering physical library materials to patrons. For many years, our technical services team has been leading the cooperative in cataloging expertise and in providing other libraries with training and support. And this technical services team is the most impacted by the centralization of collections at WCCLS. In fact, our technical services teammates just presented work that they did for our community in the catalog at Oregon Library Association conference this past week. So I hope that went well. With so many people having a hand in this important work, when the work is centralized and when we receive less funding, our library staffing model will adjust accordingly. And depending on these changes to funding and staffing, we may need to reduce open hours. I mentioned that we are currently open 64 hours a week, 7 days a week, and that is higher than the base service level determined by the county of 45 hours a week. So this last slide, with a very tiny graphic, oh no, it turned out so small, but hopefully you can see it. It's provided to show you the forecasting that was provided as a part of the funding and governance process so far. As you can see, the solid line shows the costs to offering library services to everyone in our county without the centralization piece. The dotted line shows the costs with centralization. Both lines demonstrate the insufficiency of the current levy rate. A levy rate increase would create greater funding stability for the cooperative, and it would also ensure that we have sustainable library services in our county for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Library Director Bernard. I'll be passing the rest of the presentation to you. Sorry. That was very well done. Thank you. Budget Committee Member Ethan Postrel.
Thank you, Director Kang, and thank you, Director Bernard, for the presentation. Like Eric noted, very well delivered. First of all, my family and I are regular users of not only Tigard, but other members of the WCCLS in numerous ways, both physically and digitally, much appreciated. I do have a question about your first slide. It mentioned that WCCLS has a 49-year shared commitment to countywide library service. And you may have said this, and if so, I apologize, but does that mean that we are in the 49th year of a continued partnership, or does that mean that there's some 49-year agreement or plan in place and we're at some spot on that plan right now?
Oh, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked. Unfortunately, my grammar made that confusing, but we are in the 49th year of what I hope is many, many years to come. And it was just noting that we are on the eve of having 50 years of this cooperative model.
Great, exciting, thank you.
Okay, Mayor Loop, or Councilor who? Sorry, I missed who was up first. Okay. Lauren?
Hi, thank you. I went back to look at what a local option levy is, and it says it has to be approved by voters. I'm pretty sure if I read that right. Okay. So does that mean if you're proposing an increase that it would have to then go on a ballot and be approved? And is that done in like a regular election, or is that like a special election? Can you explain how that process would work?
I would be happy to, and thank you for the great question. So that means that the Board of County Commissioners can refer this to the ballot. This would happen sometime this summer, and it would be on the November 2025 general election ballot.
Okay. Mayor Loop?
Thank you. And I will say the county commissioners are looking to put this on the ballot in November. They are also looking for a public safety levy on the ballot. So there's going to be a couple of ballots choices for Washington County in November. I think it all continues to go back to the pressures from 5 and 50 on cities and counties in order to preserve the service level expectation that our community thinks that they're getting for the funding, and not being able to keep up with inflation and rising costs and personnel costs because we're limited to that 3% rise a year. I also want to add, these conversations are certainly ongoing, and we have representatives who are managing it. The mayors are deeply involved. And my intent is not to scare anyone, but I think there is a possibility, that Tigard could receive cuts next year. And so that is a view that I am taking with this budget on potential hard decisions here, because we're going to have to make even harder decisions next year. So not trying to scare anyone, nothing is in writing, but know that that is certainly a possibility as we're continuing to look through it. People love our parks, people love our library, and have become accustomed to 64 hours of service. So I would just ask that we continue to keep that in mind. Do you have a follow-up question to my thing? Okay.
So then, is there any, focus groups or anything done in terms of like local option levies to understand sort of the temperature of how the community feels about where they're going to vote on it before moving forward with putting it on the ballot?
Yeah, Washington County has been doing the polling and those sorts of things to figure out the temperature of voters on both of their ballot issues. So they've been doing that for a while. Yeah.
May I add one thing about the polling that was done? Over 60% were in support of a higher levy for the local option levy for WCCLS. So that.
Good to hear.
Okay, Councilor Shaw?
Thank you, and thank you, Library Director Halstead. This actually is a question for Finance Director King. On intergovernmental resources, it was listed out that there's an 8% reduction, included the gas and liquor, marijuana, cigarette. And this may be getting too much in the weeds. Gas we've seen for quite some time due to higher efficiency vehicles. That's been going down. Is there a breakout of the others, and do we anticipate getting renewed numbers by the state consistently? And if we do, is that quarterly or is it monthly? And just thinking of the lens of our next budget.
Could I ask a follow-up question or clarifying question? When you say updates from the state, are you referring to like actual revenues received or like projections?
Actual revenues would be more my interest, but projections could be interesting, but the revenues.
Yeah, so we do receive revenues for revenue sharing. It does vary. Some of them we receive quarterly, some of them we receive monthly. And so we do see, we are seeing declines in our collection for our intergovernmental revenues. The forecasted amounts that we shared in that slide, those are based on forecasts that are being recommended by the League of Oregon City and also from the state as far as what we should expect over the next, I believe, 3 to 5 years. And they do vary across the different areas. And so, for some of those, what's commonly referred to as the sin taxes, the cigarette marijuana tax, those are expected to decrease by 2% at least per year. We'll talk about that further detail later. That being said, this is maybe just my own personal anecdotal comment, so take that with a grain of salt. When we are talking about potentially tariffs causing a recession, which we don't know, generally speaking, during a recession, sin taxes actually go up. So there's a lot of uncertainty, but those are just the forecasts that we were received as a recommendation from the League of Oregon Cities and also from the state.
Thank you, Finance Director King. I've witnessed similar anecdotal, and that's why I was curious about the numbers. Thanks so much.
Aaron McCool?
Thank you very much, Director Bernard. I had a question about this chart. First, I want to make sure, I'm having trouble seeing it, I'm sorry. The red, is that a 15 or is that a 10-cent increase, even on here? Sorry, I need new glasses. And so in the top piece, does it say 10-cent levy rate increase?
Yes,
it does.
it says
Okay.
10 cent.
But 15 is the recommendation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. My next question then is, if they move forward with 37-cent levy rate, which would be the 15-cent increase, and that doesn't pass, would we then be out the 22 as well? Or is it an increase on an existing?
So I think the strategy would be to then go again in May of 2026. But there are smarter political minds in this room than I. But it means that if we don't pass a levy, then there's no levy.
Okay, so this isn't an additional piece. This would be asking for all of it. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. My final question, I think, then, is that as it is now, and I know this is a 10-cent, but it does look like the costs are still outpacing revenue. Is there and I know that's a few years down the road, but is there a plan in place for that?
That is an excellent question. This is part of the funding and governance work as well, examining alternative governance models that might provide greater funding stability. So it's something that I can't answer today because we're still in the process with all of that work, but hopefully that when we do, this next levy will hopefully provide us with that 5-year piece of funding, but we might have a very different model than the cooperative at the end of that 5-year period.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Hu?
Thank you, Chair. This is a question for our library director. I was very intrigued by the reader services key investment goal for next year. One of them is provide library-specific trauma-informed services training to all library teammates. And I just bring back, I toured the county courthouse yesterday and it was old and cramped, but that's another story. But one of the goals of the presiding judge is that our new courthouse will be trauma-informed design. So I'm just piqued my interest on, what does trauma-informed service training will entail and why. I guess I know why, because library is one of the few places that's open to the public, so it welcomes everybody. But can you just tell us a little about this trauma-informed services training that you plan to implement for all the teammates?
Certainly, I'd be happy to. Part of our overall customer service training, how we are serving patrons in our library, is incorporating trauma-informed care principles. We've just started on our journey with this, and we're so thrilled to have welcomed recently a teammate, Rin Starr, who's our first library social services coordinator, who has a background specifically in this type of training from a social work perspective. As librarians and library workers, we're not often trained in trauma-informed care principles as a part of our background and our training. But we have this specialist on our team who can help us with this training specifically. Rin now has worked with our community since December and is getting to know our community and our patrons and the people who need services the most, and is able to partner with our wonderful community partners that we interact with on a regular basis to find out what skills our library team needs, and then determine which is the best training. So because this is a goal that's coming up, those are the broad strokes. I'd be happy to come to a council meeting in the future and present on it. You know how much I love to come to council meetings and present. So I'm always up for that once we move further ahead with this goal.
Yeah, thank you. And I would love that. And just a plug for the community that, library is not just a place where we go check out books, right? Service a variety of our population, including some of our most vulnerable populations. So it will be a sad moment if we have to cut any services. So hopefully we'll work hard on keep everything open. So thank you.
Thank you.
Gregory Brown?
Thank you. Director Bernard, when this chart says cost to provide a base service model, what is a base service model here?
So part of that work, we're still establishing what base service levels are, but part of that is the 45 hours, open hours a week for all libraries in Washington County.
Okay, so that's just the cost of keeping the library open, staffed, and collection management. Is that also including social services and things like that?
Well, that's part of the work that we're doing right now, but if you ask me, it also has to do with programming and outreach. It also has to do with something that we don't talk about very often, which is our person in charge team, which is a group of managers, supervisors, and lead workers who are responsible for the safety of people in the building every hour that we are open. And so it's not merely just staffing service points, but it's also making sure that we have PIC team members who are helping people be successful in our library building as well.
I see. Thank you.
Our Counselor, who are you done? Okay. So I just have a really quick question. If we're talking about base level services at 45 hours open and we're now at 64 hours open, do we have data on when the library is being utilized most frequently so that if we go to a 45-hour a week model, we can tailor that to our community?
That's a great question. I would like to provide one piece of clarification that we wouldn't all have to go down to 45 hours a week. It would be that local cities or nonprofit agencies would have the option to fund the library at more than 45 hours a week. So we're still hoping to stay open our regular work week, but just so you know that we're librarians. We collect a lot of data. We have data not only on times that materials are checked out, but on patron visits. And we also have data on how many programs at what time of day are attended. So we do have quite a bit of data that we would be able to analyze when it comes to making decisions about opening hours.
Thank you very much. Are there any additional questions before we head into the break? Okay, so it is now time for a 15-minute break. Kalina Plath has a message for you shortly before we head out. It's now 10:40. So our 15-minute break, please be back by 10:55 if I'm doing that math right. And please be here on time so we can get started because it looks like we're already a little bit behind schedule. Thank you.
And we apologize for any technical difficulties we're having on our presentation. We are going to work on that during the break, but for anyone looking online, we do have posted in the meeting all of these via PDF. So you can see them if you have it digital or if you're at home with us. But we will be working on that during the break to see if we can get that back online correctly. Thank you.
Also, additionally, we are having some technical difficulties with the virtual meeting, and we'll be restarting the virtual meeting. So if you are viewing this meeting virtually, please rejoin the virtual meeting in a few minutes when we're back from the break.
So far, it's looking really good. You want the clicker?
We all want the clicker. We fight for it.
this exercise. And so, one thing I'll just state anecdotally is, a forecast is exactly what that is. It's a forecast. It's our best guess and prediction of what we think things are going to happen over the next 5 years. That being said, there are instances where our forecasts don't meet expectations. So these really are meant to guide and give us a sense of the direction of where we expect things to go over the next 5 years. Rather than focusing on the specific details, I would just advise keeping a look at the high level of where you expect funds to go as we're going through this exercise. Looking at the base condition for the forecast, this is an overview of where we see the general economy and how that is embedded through our forecasts. And so on the heels of 2024, the U.S. economy did end on a strong note. GDP had grown to 2.8%, which was a slight uptick from the prior year. We did see an uptick in unemployment, 3.5 to 4.3%. From 23 to 24. Again, that is still, in the grand scheme of things, still at a healthy low unemployment rate. However, on the inverse side, the interest rate environment continues to still be at elevated levels. And so while that's good from an investment standpoint for the city, that is challenging from an expenditure side, because that does mean costs are going up. It also means financing is going up, and I'm sure many of you are aware, if you've been trying to buy a mortgage or finance a mortgage, the cost of borrowing is at elevated levels still. That being said, on the inflation side, we have seen inflation decrease more recently. For 2024, for the 12-month period for that calendar year, it did go down to 2.8%. 2.8% is still higher than the 2% mark that the feds still target. So it is still at elevated levels, but it's a much better place than when we were the year before, where we saw inflation at, I believe it was like around 8%. But for the past 3 or 4 years, we had continued seeing inflation at between the 5 to 8%, if not higher in some regions. And so the 2.8% is an improvement from the prior years. And so how does this impact Tigard? So I think it's pretty well known. Inflation is going to increase the cost of goods. It's going to increase the cost of living, and so that impacts things like COLAs for our staff. It also increases the cost of just doing business. So the cost of vehicles have increased substantially. The cost of acquiring any sort of hardware, supplies, to do any of our capital projects, things like concrete, those are all continuing to increase every year. In addition to that, there's significant geopolitical level risk. So the war in Ukraine, things that are happening in the Middle East, these all drive factors locally too, while they are more abroad. So they can impact things like our interest rates, the cost of certain goods, the cost of oil and gas. These are all things that we rely on to deliver our services and to build our to deliver our capital projects. And then lastly, on the inflation, tariffs, we put that in there. I'm sure that's been in the headlines for the past few months now. This has brought on a level of uncertainty that while we were developing our initial forecast, we didn't layer in the level of tariffs that we have been seeing in the headlines, more recently. But that being said, there are some risks associated with the uncertainty of tariffs. Potentially a global recession. Those have certainly been in conversation, and something that we're not proposing today, that we address the tariffs now, as we still don't have any information to make well-informed decisions as it relates to tariffs. And on the development and population growth side, we are continuing to see development, particularly in the River Terrace area and in the Tigard Triangle. There's a few projects in between with infill and redevelopment. So we do still anticipate development to continue. That being said, there is a lot of uncertainty as it relates to development, as that's largely tied to the economy. And in our forecast, we do still assume a population growth in the city of 0.75% per year. And with that, I am going to turn things over to our Senior Management Analyst, James Kennedy, who will be going over the 5-year financial forecast.
Thank you, Director Kang. Good morning, everybody. So as Eric just mentioned about some of the bigger development activity projects here in the city of Tigard, you can see River Terrace, Hunziker Core, and Tigard Triangle are 3 of those sort of bigger areas where some of our projects are going to be focused on. And I know property taxes here say that we're expecting a 4% growth in fiscal year 26 and moving forward in our 5-year financial forecast. For those of you following along closely, I also know we previously mentioned that ballot measure 50 capped us at 3%. However, any major improvements to properties also have the ability to collect additional property taxes, which is why we're expecting that 4% growth long term. Can I have a little? Thank you. Some further key revenue assumptions here. We'll start with hotel taxes. And so while I know we all saw the effects that the pandemic had on some of these different revenues, it has stabilized since the pandemic. Growth has mostly flattened out over the last few years, and they've stayed at similar levels since fiscal year 2023. However, long-term growth rather low at 1%. And as previously mentioned with some of our franchise fees as well, has been mentioned that those growth rates vary based on those sources. But a couple of the major call-outs here are your electricity fees, your natural gas, and your stormwater revenues being the top contributors to revenue. The various companies providing these services each pay the city of Tigard the 5% of their gross revenues as a franchise fee and are expected to be around $9 million in fiscal year 2026. And also, as you've heard previously from Director Halstead with her amazing presentation, we have some changing expectations in our WCCLS revenue. And while we expect a 1% growth in fiscal year 2026, we are expecting some unknown declines moving forward in future years. And so that's something on our radar for long-term forecasting. So as for the gas tax revenues, we have no projected growth for fiscal year 2026. It has also stayed relatively flat over the last few fiscal years, with fiscal year 2026 not expected to be any different. As we all know, the fuel efficiency standards and that shift to electric alternative fuel vehicles, as well as just an overall conservative budgeting practice, are leading to some of those long-term expectations. Traffic fine revenues have seen a steep decline since fiscal year 2023 to 2024, with year-to-date collections reaching about $1 million of a $1.5 million budget. So fiscal year 2026 budget is projected to decrease to align more closely to what we've been seeing collections so far this year. Then utility sale revenues will vary by type, but we will see some increases based on some of those existing and future rate study models. And everyone's favorite topic right now is our investment income, projected at 4% of our fund balance. We have maintained our investment policy within the bounds of the state statutes. And while the portfolio does not and cannot include stocks, derivatives, cryptos, or any high-risk investments, our fixed income investments such as bonds make up the bulk of the city's investment portfolio. We are expecting $8.4 million in total revenues across all funds in fiscal year 2026, with year-to-date earnings in fiscal year 2025 of about $8 million on a $7 million budget. We continue to show that our portfolio is performing better than expected. And luckily, our investment types, as we know with the fixed income bonds, that they're somewhat sheltered by the tumultuous nature of the current state. We'll still want to be monitoring those in future years. All right, now we're going to switch over to some expenditure assumptions. So as also has been previously mentioned, the COLA is coming in slightly lower than the last 2 years due to the easing of inflation, with the CPI index of 2024 at 2.8%. SEIU is entering bargaining this year, and the last contract followed the CPI-W, CPI West, with a floor of 2%. And the proposed budget for fiscal year 26 does include the same COLA as SEIU for our management and non-represented teammates, which is consistent with the historical practices of the way the city manages these sort of COLAs. TPOA was their contract was ratified in 2023 and includes provisions for their 4% COLA for the next fiscal year with a 1% mid-year adjustment on January 1, 2026. Long-term, we do have a placeholder conservatively of 3% for COLAs based on historical averaging. And also mentioned there, our benefit costs have been coming in higher than expected, historically estimated around 6%, 6 to 7% increases, and we're seeing it nearly double. Part of the reason is that our premiums are experience rated, meaning that claims are higher than expected. And then just real quick on this one, our fleet, IT, and facilities, internal service, equipment replacements. This was also discussed a little bit earlier, but this is really just a set aside for future needs, future funds, based on the assets that we might need to buy and or replace over the next 5 years. We're seeing a 4% increase in some of those values, and this is based on market trends, but as Director Kang also mentioned, was really not taken into account with the additional tariffs and uncertainty in the market. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. The long term for materials and services, we are anticipating about 1 to 3% increases for fiscal year 2026 and beyond for some of those less COLA related expenditures. And so as previously discussed, we do have ongoing expenditure savings. We've done a look back going to 2010 to see sort of patterns on these expenditure savings. And the city has historically fluctuated anywhere between 8 and 12% prior to the pandemic. And after the pandemic, expenditure savings in some years spiked as high as 18%, primarily due to some higher than usual turnover and some supply chain challenges in being able to purchase the goods that we need. Now, with the reductions to vacant positions and the tightening of our budgets, the city is expecting to see a somewhat small reduction to the ability to save on operating expenditure budgets, moving from a 10% budget savings assumptions to a 7% assumption, which is about $3.5 million in the general fund. All right, so on that note, let's go into the general fund a little bit. Pretty simple graph up there showing fund balances back to 2022 as well as through the forecast years of 2030. Fiscal year 2026 revenues are about just over $44 million with an expected beginning fund balance of $33 million. Expenditures are forecasted to be $53.8 million and include some of those expenses that I'll talk about later related to CIP. Existing vacancies currently sitting in the city are around 10% of all possible positions, or about 36 FTE worth. But assuming we hire some of these vacancies throughout the year, that 10% assumption savings that we'd previously worked off of is not going to be realistic, which is why we're moving closer to that 7% savings. On the opposite side of that coin, the revenues this year were projected with greater accuracy and taken with a generally conservative approach on some of those estimates. We never want to overestimate revenues and come in under budget, so we'd rather underpromise and overdeliver, and try to get, as accurate as possible this year. So some of the major contributors to the fiscal year 2026 forecast include those 3 CIP projects mentioned previously for the library HVAC, roof, and phase 1 of the Public Works and Police Facilities Modernization Project, as well as restoring a transfer to our Parks Fund that was reduced in fiscal year 2025 to use some of their fund balance, which will be restored to around $2 million in fiscal year 2026. Of course you can.
So on the capital projects, that will be discussed at a future slide.
Sorry. Yes. All right, and then this one looks significantly different. This is a scenario in which 100% of the budget is spent every year. And as you can see, so that yellow line is sort of our 25% reserve line. And in this scenario, in fiscal year 2028, you can see our fund balances are dipping below that reserve line. If this scenario were to be realized, the city would need to consider making further cost-cutting measures. But as a frame of reference, the fiscal year 2024 revised expenditure budget was around $45 million, and the actual expenditures came in around $40.7 million, almost exactly a 10% savings as compared to the budget. Meaning the reality of the above-mentioned scenario coming to fruition in any given year is very unlikely, but it's worth noting that the city could sustain something like it if circumstances change unexpectedly. So now we'll switch over to our Parks Fund. They are seeing some pressures over the next 5 years, with the main revenue sources for parking infrastructure and maintenance coming from our SDCs, or our system development charges, park and recreation fee, and the transfer from the general fund that I discussed earlier. Also, to be talked about later, the CIP-related expenses for the park system are estimated to be about $30 million through 2030. And of that $30 million in CIP projects, 16 of it will come from the Parks SDC, with that fund collecting about $3 million in revenue every year. Again, the Parks Utility Fund is reliant on the transfer in from the general fund, reduced in fiscal year 25, and will be made whole again in fiscal year 2026. And here's our transportation funds. Major drivers of these funds are centered around the availability of funding, the restrictive nature of some of these funds, and the resiliency of their ability to rebound fund balances over time. So for a quick example, the gas tax fund is projected to start fiscal year 2026 with over $9 million in fund balance, but revenues are projected to decline through fiscal year 2030, making it difficult for the fund to recover their fund balance as quickly as others. While we have the Transportation SDC fund that will start fiscal year 2026 with about $13.5 million in fund balance, and then in fiscal year 2027, we plan on using around $6 million in fund balance. However, the Transportation SDC fund has more resiliency to regain fund balance, and will end up 2030 at a higher level than they started at, even with the projects anticipated. Some of these numbers are, look a little big and are a little skewed because of the TDT funds, the Transportation Development Tax, which make up the majority of reserves available for transportation projects. TDT revenues are expected to increase over the next 5 years, with Washington County having approved a rate increase at the beginning of fiscal year 2025. However, it's important to mention that these funds are very limited in nature and can only be used for expansion of capacity, not maintenance.
Councilor Robbins?
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, but I don't want to have to try to go back and remember this. Transportation SDC is development costs for, I'm making a new business and I need to pay a certain amount to cover the cost, the wear and tear and costs that my new business is going to put on roads and other transportation systems. Can you explain the difference between that and a transportation development tax?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Thank you, Councilor Robbins, for that question. So the transportation development tax, that is like an SDC fee, but it's assessed at the county level. And so those fees are similar to other SDC fees, but they can only be used for arterials and collector roads. And those have to be approved also by the county. So we don't have a lot of local control on how we can spend those dollars. So if, I think some of our, I think our city engineer might be able to speak on a little bit better than me, but so certain projects like I think Roy Rogers or I think I can't remember exactly which road off the top of my head, but there's very limited number of projects that the funds can be used. So so that's the reason why you see a fund balance growing.
Thanks, Director Kang. For the record, Joe Wisniewski, City Engineer. So the Washington County TDT, we have it currently scheduled for McDonald Street. You'll hear about it a little bit later today. Is one of the larger expenditures coming up for that. But we have been researching it a little bit further on where we can spend it in the city. There are a few projects that are in out years coming up that will start spending that down, but because of the restrictions on it, there's very few locations. Some of them are streets like Tiedemann, 72nd, just to name a few. We have a lot of preliminary work underway currently in the CIP, building towards delivering a larger capital project that will spend those funds. But they do act very similar to Tigard's Transportation SDC. It's just that it's at the county level.
So just a final clarification. So that those funds are paid by new development? Thank you.
Counselor who?
Since we have Joe, oh, well, Joe is leaving. Sorry, thank you for this document for line item explanation of large dollar changes. So one of the big change I saw for revenue is underground utility fund from 105,000 to 34,000 this year. So that's just the fee, development utility pay in lieu of putting things underground, and then we expect less of that this coming year. That's why the projected revenue is lower.
Yeah, so that is a very fluid or kind of a ever-changing fee for us. It's really, developers are required to underground their utilities unless they can meet one of the code allowances to pay the fee in lieu of undergrounding. One of the easy ways for them to pay the fee rather than underground is if it's high voltage power or something that's not proportionate to their development, and then they can pay that fee. So we tend to see most of the utilities undergrounded and not as much of that fee come in because we actually see the developers complete the work rather than pay the fee in lieu. I would assume we're seeing a trend of a decrease in that fee, and that's why we're forecasting it less, but I don't have that history.
That's correct. Yes. Thank you for the clarifying questions. We will now move on to our water, sewer, and stormwater funds. The sanitary sewer fund has a strong resiliency to revenue stagnation, bringing in about $5.5 million with revenue drivers around 4% due to the Clean Water Services indexed increases. So even when some of these CIP workloads are low in this fund, they're generating almost a $2 million in surplus in revenues every year to add to that fund balance, growing from around $8 million at the beginning of fiscal year 2026 to over 10 at the end of 2030. Stormwater fund reserves are expected to be drawn down over the next 5 years, and a stormwater surcharge study is expected to take place in the near future. Water funds are also expected to be drawn down over the next 5 years, as shown in that bar chart on the bottom. And this is primarily due to some significant capital projects that are drawing down some of those reserves, such as the pipeline renewal and replacement program that will be discussed later. This is also due to just a general slowdown in revenue compared to previous years, as fiscal year 2025 revenue collections seem to, slow down and not reach the levels that we saw in 2024. And this is a quick little chart of our transient lodging tax. So again, the theme of the day is revenues sort of slowing down to 1% annually here. However, as mentioned in the slide, these revenue streams are somewhat volatile and vary greatly throughout time. The expenses within this fund also include a $30 transfer from the transient lodging tax to the general fund for those existing services that they provide, including $90,000 proposed 4th of July drone show, 49,000 of that including something to fund the community event grants. And so that is all of the big funds and general takeaways for the long-term financial forecast. Just wrapping it up, really, the reserves do seem to be at a healthy levels. Also, as mentioned earlier, with our 53%, 47% split for reserves for future use. The general fund is experiencing a little bit of risk of depleting reserves if these vacancy and run rate savings are any less than the 7% budgeted that we have. A water study will need to be conducted and or updated in late fiscal year 2026 to sort of establish those new rates and address any of our future or current operating and capital needs. We did talk about some of the reserves being drawn down in our transportation funds and some of those gaps in that capital funding. And so the city will look at new methodologies for transportation SDCs as well as street maintenance fees to sort of address those gaps. And that's what I have for you today. Any questions?
Okay, thank you so much for the financial forecast. Questions or comments? I don't know who had it up first, but Councilor Robbins?
Thank you, and thank you for this excellent breakdown. Made it very understandable. I'm asking this as someone who does drive an electric car, so I'm not trying to be mean or anything. I'm actually curious, because of the higher usage we have of electric vehicles and more hybrids, is there any plans for the city to start looking at some sort of electric car fee because we're not paying the gas tax? And it is, I'm saying that as an offer to like pay our fair share.
I could answer the local response, but I know there's a more regional response to this as well. So at the local level, this is a challenge that goes beyond our capabilities to really address this issue. I do want to clarify, the majority of the decrease that we see from like gas tax and things like that are really by fuel efficiency standards, and this has been something that's been continued to grow as vehicles just become more and more fuel efficient. And then electric vehicles definitely do have an impact too, but at the local level, I don't think this is something that can be really addressed to I guess replenish the funds to bring it whole, to actually fully support our transportation systems. But I know at the state level, there are definitely considerations, and I think Mayor Liu might have more insight into what's happening there.
Yeah, thank you. There is a transportation package in the legislature right now, which has many different elements to it, including raising the gas tax, raising it over time, raising the fee on electric vehicles as far as a registration fee. And I think there is also a deadline to move into the the mileage tracking for electric vehicles. We have fought really hard and continue to maintain what is a 50, 30, 20 split for some of those revenues. 50% goes to the state, 30 goes to the county, 20% goes to the city. So we were very happy to maintain that. And so some of these assumptions that are being made, I'm assuming does not include any of those potential future changes, which could include more revenue coming to the city. But that, as far as electric vehicle, that's a state sort of a thing that we should be able to find out here in the next couple of weeks where that transportation package is going to sit.
Ethan Postrel?
Thank you. I have two questions, one more general, one more specific. Regarding the 25% minimum reserve requirement, do I understand that right, that that's kind of basically an ending balance for the budget year, and aside from contingencies, it's also meant to kind of fund the first half of the next budget year?
Yes, that's correct. That is our policy on how much we need to make sure we have at the end of the year.
Okay.
For our fund balance.
Okay, thanks. So a follow-on question about that. If it's meant to kind of fund in a way almost half of the year, right, until tax revenues come around November, why is the requirement around 25% as opposed to higher, closer to 50% or so?
That's a great question, and something that we are certainly looking at. Historically, our practice has not been to keep it at the 25% level. Our practice has been to keep it at least at the 6-month level, because you're absolutely right. Property taxes do come in at November, December, so there's about 6 months of the year where we receive no property tax revenue. But that being said, there are other revenue sources that the city receives to offset some of that timing differential. So in the general fund, I think it's important to note, property taxes represent about 50% or just under 50% of our general fund. Overall citywide, it's about 16%. So that hasn't really been the key factor, but again, that is in our policy. That being said, we've historically have never gone below 6 months though, or 50%.
Okay, yeah, great. That's very helpful, thanks. So yeah, that's a minimum, but not necessarily the standard practice. Plus, there are other sources than just the tax revenue, which comes halfway through the year.
Correct.
My more specific question, you mentioned that, you touched at the beginning on kind of macro level impacts from the tariff situation. But specifically, are there any, and if this is better suited for later when we're talking more about public works, happy to table it for that, but I'm wondering if there are any specific impacts that the city is seeing, any major pieces of specific equipment that are, becoming harder or much more expensive to obtain based on the tariffs.
So I don't know if we'll have the ability to answer that question today, because there's still a lot of uncertainty on it, because there's also, I think, a 90-day pause on the majority of tariffs, like outside of China. That being said, the direct impact, and our public works team can correct me if I'm wrong, would be, if there are tariffs specifically like from Canada, Mexico, I say those are two countries that we receive a lot of our goods from. So for things like construction material, steel, aluminum, those kind of materials that are used for our capital projects, those are directly impacted by any tariffs in North America. I'm not sure if we receive a lot from China for those materials, but I'd say the vast majority do come from other countries within North America.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we move into public comment? Okay. We are going to now move into public comment. I am going to just briefly review with you what the protocols are for budget committee public comment meetings are. So we follow the same public comment protocol as City Council follows in their meetings. The protocol can be found on the city website and on the PowerPoint slides for this meeting. As a summary, The remarks should be addressed to the Budget Committee as a body rather than directed to any particular member. Personal attacks or threats, disruption of the meeting, use of obscene, vulgar, or discriminatory language, or in any way discouraging anyone else from participating are not acceptable. The mayor or presiding officer may interrupt members of the public speaking to Budget Committee if they are not following public comment protocol. And the mayor and Budget Committee will enforce these rules uniformly and treat all perspectives and opinions consistently. If you wish to virtually provide testimony, please join the queue by raising your hand on Microsoft Teams, or callers can use *5 to raise or lower their hand, or use either their phone microphone button or *6 to mute and unmute. Please state your name for the record. Please speak directly into the phone and limit your comments to 2 minutes. Budget Manager Kalina Plath has collected the written testimony that has come to the city, and she has provided you each with a copy. And Kalina will now summarize those comments. Kalina, please read the public testimony.
Thank you. We only received at this time one written testimony, and that would be from community member Bob Ludlam. And his comment is regarding the Tigard Senior Center. As she stated, you all received the full detail of it, but I am going to summarize it for time. Our community member is concerned with Tigard Senior Center being a shadow of its pre-COVID self. It used to foster emotional, physical, social, and intellectual well-being of Tigard's older adults. Senior centers within surrounding communities are still providing vibrant, robust, and welcoming services, even though their aggregate population is less than Tigard's aggregate population of citizens over 65. With less than the amount of Tigard, they are requesting that Tigard support their older citizens' quality of life and increase access to social services that foster their well-being. And if the committee can consider devoting a portion of city's staff, funds, and volunteers to revitalizing and sustaining this center. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Budget Manager Plath, has anyone signed up to speak in person?
There has not, and I believe that our Assistant City Manager would like to speak on this.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I was hoping to have the opportunity to provide some updates in response to the comment received in front of us here from Mr. Ludlam. Deputy City Manager Tritch, for the record. I had the opportunity to meet with the Meals on Wheels people. They are the tenants and programmers of the Tigard Senior Center, which is located at 8815 Southwest O'Mara, right near Tigard City Hall. The Meals on Wheels people have been leasing the space at the Senior Center from the city for a number of years, and they let me know that beginning on May 5th, their staff who are involved in programming for older adults will be increasing from 2 full-time equivalents to 3. That additional person will be focused on senior programming and has a number of ideas. They join the Tigard branch from the Hillsborough location. The members of the Meals on Wheels people have met with some of our community members to get ideas about additional programmings, offerings, desired services, and welcome continued conversation. If this community member or anyone listening is interested in having those conversations, you can reach out to the city, we can connect you, or you can go to the Senior Center and speak with them directly. Finally, with the closure of the Meals on Wheels Hillsborough location, those services are actually moving over to the Tigard location. Beginning in May, the number of hot meal delivery service to Meals on Wheels patrons will triple out of the Tigard location. And then finally, I wanted to share that there will be monthly reporting on the number of programs and the number of attendees at each of these senior programs beginning in May as well. So we'll share that out on the city website as a dashboard and periodically in city council meetings. So you can look forward to that. Thank you.
Sorry, Councilor Robbins?
Thank you, Chair Piment, and thank you, Deputy City Manager Trish. Just as a clarifying question for that, because the city rents the building to the Meals on Wheels people and they are handling all of this, does the city actually have any say in what is done there? Like, can we go to Meals on Wheels and say, we think you should take a trip to OMSI, or we think you should start this program and that program? Do we have that control?
Thank you, Counselor. While I don't believe we have authority, they are eager and willing partners. They've actually said that, and maybe this was just for our benefit, that Tigard is their favorite partner, and that they're really grateful with how welcoming and engaged Tigard has been. So they've always welcomed and invited input and suggestions. I don't believe we have authority, but they welcome ideas.
Okay. Sorry. I just want to make sure that we have a chance to get through all the public comment really, really quickly. If there's nobody in the queue, then I will get to your question. I just want to make sure we get everybody taken care of in case they're waiting. Network administrator, is there anyone waiting in the phone queue?
There are no callers.
Okay. Is there anyone waiting online for to provide video testimony?
We don't have anybody waiting in.
Okay, great, thank you. Sorry, and now Lauren, polling.
Thank you. I just had a follow-up question on the senior center, and I guess more on, there was a new building recently added, and just curious how that's related to the senior center, if any, and then I guess if we don't have authority, how the funding is also related.
Thank you for the question. I believe you're talking about the senior housing building adjacent to the senior center. Is that right? Okay. The alongside senior housing was, I believe it was completed about a year ago and is fully occupied by tenants. That was delivered, I believe it's an affordable housing development, and the city was involved in that project, but does not run or administer that building or its occupants. The senior center, by contrast, is a city facility. The funding that we put into the senior center goes into maintenance and utilities. The city covers those costs. The revenue we get from leasing that building is $1. And that's the cost of the Meals on Wheels people to utilize that space. I'm sorry, and what was the second part of your question? Was there another part of it? Yeah, you answered. Oh, okay, great. Yeah. Thank you.
Mayor Lube?
Thank you. I also, I want to add that we do have the senior center and we lease that space, but our Parks and Rec team does also provide some additional activities for our seniors. I was just browsing the calendar and there's a Fun Over 50 decorative herb planter workshop. And so the senior center isn't the only planning. There is some planning that happens through our Parks and Rec team as well.
Thank you. Councilor Shaw?
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor. I was going to highlight the Parks and Rec as well, so thank you very much. And also to Council Robbins, Meals on Wheels, they willingly take suggestions, and so if you have some, they've been amenable to me in the past suggesting. Yeah, so I think let's suggest. Thank you.
Okay, I think that concludes public comment. I want to thank everyone who wrote in or called or is just interested in watching the process from their homes. Any additional public testimony or questions that don't get answered today, or if something comes up later, those can be submitted for public comment at our subsequent meetings on May the 12th and May the 19th. And we will obviously consider any additional testimony at that time. So now, I have the great pleasure of telling everyone that we are now 9 minutes ahead of schedule. So We are ready to break for lunch. The lunch is scheduled to be over at 12:30. So I'm assuming we're just going to stick to that schedule, and I'll see you all back here at 12:30. Just so enjoy your extra 10 minutes. Go stand outside and enjoy the sun.
I'm not quite sure if the lunch is
grab my badge.
Yeah, we should. I would love that. We can do like one of those where we all use our body to make a letter. G, I don't know how we do G though.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I enjoy doing that. I wrote Eaton's camping ordinance, and was also sort of instrumental in a lot of like well, I shouldn't say I wrote it. I should say
hugely starved.
It's Wild Cow, I think. No, we should start queuing now. Don't want the other people
Three budget committee members today were killed in a stampede for lunch.
I know, yeah. Very important part of the day.
I got a gala benefit for Habitat for Humanity for stroke tonight.
Did you go to the one at the convention?
No. No. Yeah. No. You went?
No, I saw it on news.
Oh, on the news.
There was a protest.
Oh, no, I didn't know that. Boy, Habitat is such a wonderful program. I know. Can't imagine what the president It is one of the difficulties. I mean, we try and control the process so it's built correctly, but you do have a lot of, like an Intel will bring a busload on Saturday or Sunday. Talent varies certainly.
She said it's a radio broadcast. You can't see us. I commended her for joining from on the other side of the world.
Yeah, Budget Committee, London.
I was disappointed that we didn't, during roll, be like, joining us live from London. Council President Maureen Wolf. I'm always disappointed when we don't do that sort of television style.
See, that question about whether the committee member need to be physically present or has not been answered, so I'm trying to keep that.
Well, you can add it to the legal board of the city's letter.
I don't want to focus. I don't want to focus.
I would think, considering today's communication, that it would be allowed and it would be considered what being there.
But I can see the opposite point. You know, if I'm a counselor and I live half the year in Arizona and I just bowling half the year, that's
Lots of residents.
Well, I can live in Arizona for 5 months. And that's still not good.
I ran into this with someone in the water district.
To try and get line.
We're trying to jump the line, Rob.
We smelled it. We thought the food was good.
Halsted,
Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah,
I could have
you know
just
me.
guessed it.
Jumping in the line.
Hey, Kim, I've been trying to straighten her out. Will you keep working on it, please?
I've been trying for 3 years almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had no success. In fact, I think she's a bad influence on me.
Renegade. I love this little line. Is anybody else getting in line? No. No. I heard it was Wow Cow.
I did too. Yum. When Eric asked me to come and present, he told me, wow, he was like, come on, Kim, we'll feed you. Like, you only have to come for a little bit. I don't have to stay the whole time. That was a lie. Did you have to stay the whole time? I don't know.
Oh, after, you mean after the percent?
Or before. He was like, you already at 12:30. Oh. I was like, I think for my own professional development and like context.
I'm glad you were there the whole time.
I've stuck in there many times and I'm awkward during that pieces that all no, it's okay. Yeah. When I was at the city of Stockton, I had this coffee
not the worst thing in the world.
I was like, oh. Cold.
Mine are 22 and 20.
What do you want to know about it? Just like if they have any interactions.
Any reasons that I shouldn't do what the doctors are telling me? Is it just any like anything that would make them nervous? All those things at one time.
Hi, team. Oh, thank you. Yeah, at least I can pretend to sound confident, so yeah. Thank you. It's one of my least favorite things to do in the entire world. Yeah. Promise.
Thankfully, most of the questions.
Thank you. Are you presenting later? Joe? Perfect. Yeah. Sure. Well, and you're so good at it that it makes it easy, so. Yeah, like the back of your hand. Yeah, give yourself the credit you deserve there. Yeah.
I know.
I do
Stop.
That's the thing. Where you have to push buttons. And when she said, were you guys mail or this from high school?
No, I'm the worst multitasker in the world.
I've never used it.
I feel like I used to be really good at
We were not that advanced.
recent years and like
Yeah, I have no good explanation as to why, but I don't have children, I don't have anything like that going on, so. Oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do. So we're currently getting a house built in Malino, and our builder has 9 kids. We went over to his house the other day to look at some cabinet finishes and front door stuff, and in the middle of explaining to me what the size of his upper cabinets were and the due dates of when we need to do this, he's got kids throwing grapes at him, he's got 2 kids fighting over whether or not they can have spaghetti for breakfast, and he's just calmly like, you know, stiff-arming one, holding the plans in the other, and explaining this to my fiance and I, and I'm just like, I'm stressed out for you right now. I don't know how you're doing this. No, 8 boys and 1 girl. It's poor life, man. And the poor girl.
They also have a football team.
Yeah, dude, trust me.
Although I can't smell, so my taste is different. You're gonna have to try. I have 2 different bags in my drawer. Try my mushroom coffee and you tell me what you think. My daughter says it's less bitter.
I smell nothing. I was. I actually volunteer because I was like, right? However, I can't smell when I burn things. I've been to the ENT, and basically they said, so you need to tell your family and your loved ones that they need to smell your food. And unfortunately, James has had to smell my yogurt one day because I was like, it's a 2 days. I'm like, but I also left it. I drove it in my car for an hour to get here. So just sniff it for me. And I burnt something because I forgot to set the time. Nope, didn't notice, didn't smell it. Oh, I also left a burner on when I was cleaning the stove. And I can't smell the gas. So my husband walked in, he's like, why does it smell so bad? You don't realize how much you should really be able to smell till you can't smell. My mom was like, well, with your husband's feet, you're vicious spot.
It's a good chunk of time.
It's on the menu.
Wow cow.
I know, but oh no.
Oh, well, like
That doesn't mean
rice,
nothing to
like
me.
rice, beef.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Spicy, and I actually kind of like spicy, so.
No way. Get it over.
Tray down.
What's that? Me serving fruit. Oh, at the employee appreciation event? You were the fruit server?
Yeah, I like maybe got a piece of fruit all the way home.
That's all you could manage?
Most of them were flying off.
You had a good shovel technique.
Oh, was it,
I was
were
like,
you serving grapes or something?
I had grapes, blueberries, quarter slices of like pineapple, giant chunks of cantaloupe and melon. And
Why didn't you have a spoon?
I grabbed a spoon and then I took these little cups and I'm like, I just started scooping them in cups and just had them pre-ready.
Austin had a normal-sized spoon for the kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
Budget cuts.
Right. It was comical. It was comical. And so then I started doing a whole lot of fruit, you know, like serving a lot just to empty the tray. Nope, you're out the new tray. And then I had to put like a little catch basin around it because I was using the Bob the Builder shovel. And it kept shoving it over.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, you can step in.
Can we get that feeling someone's behind you?
I thought I heard somebody walking up behind me. I'm like,
Yeah, right here. That's probably par for the course. Right.
no, actually, it's my ears.
Oh, really? Which one's the worst?
My left ear.
So now we know to stand on the left if you want anything. And Monty did a great job. He was in the line.
I think that they all came to see him there. Because I put it in my building. The acting chief for this week while we were on training, and then he said something at briefing about.
I was gonna say it was.
We're gonna go give him a hard time.
Yeah.
our youth organization in the state of Oregon. And so we're doing a reception for the youth leaders. Joe Stoddard. Yeah, so we've been in Oregon for 100 years and nationwide 105 years. I did the big 100-year international celebration and went to Nebraska, did all of that, so I missed it. Do you? Yeah, 1920, we teach girls how to vote. You were not. I'm gonna not on this. I was like, wait, my grandmother was born in 1980. Well, you're so confident. I thought you were, honestly, I thought maybe you meant like a local chapter. I wasn't gonna correct you until you were like, no way. Even the local ones have been around for a while.
Oh, yeah, she did. She said, she sent an email. Right? So is there gonna be 100?
I don't know what Salem's is. I'm not with the Salem group anymore, I'm in Independence. And they actually started in Canby, the schools of Canby chapter, and moved them to Independence.
And they're dying on the pause all the time too? I'm in.
I live in West Salem.
What?
So I used to work with the Salem group. They were too dramatic, and so they stepped away from the girls' youth group, and they worked heavily with
That's why it's so
boys.
familiar. Yeah. All right, I'm in. Did you get some food, Joe?
I'm in right now.
I'm sold.
I've only lived up here for 10 years.
I am sold. This is good.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been working with the Independence youth group for the last 2.5 years. You get to pick what you want. I gotta pick what I want, okay.
Oh my gosh. Does he own it? That's him? Cool. What's his name? I want that sauce recipe.
Is there just one sauce?
I don't know. They have the bottles and then they have little to-go containers. I'm not sure if they're different.
Which one did you do?
Both.
it's abrasive enough. It just cleans it off. Very simple fix.
Yeah,
So.
that was it. And he did say this is the cleanest system of
Really?
Yeah, it's really old. He said we might have like 5 years left. And then
Well, how old
new
is it?
system.
Right, this was, so at the meeting I was at, he bought one of our samples to
Almost
look
8
at.
years ago now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is, but it's like it's all in pieces, but he said if you buy a new one now, then you might
Yeah. Wow. Wow. As long as it's running, though, right?
Yeah, I was like, fine.
Yeah, I'm a huge component on run it till it breaks.
Yeah.
So if you can get a couple years out of it, perfect, perfect. Because it's expensive, right? Like, I did a side job for a guy this past weekend, a couple days ago actually, just installing an AC, a condenser unit outside, and they quoted him $8,000. So I did it for him a lot cheaper. But another buddy of mine is getting a full replacement, and they quoted him $23,000. So it's
And it
insane.
feels like, that's mine. You can have it, I'll give it to someone.
I know, but at my meeting, they kept saying it, and so that was my wording there. We did change it, so actually we have to change it in the case right now.
That's right, 1%, yeah.
Well, because it's not only.
It feels like you're like held hostage, right? Yes. Fine, I guess, and you get a quote, I think they all get quotes from each other, so they all know the price.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, or if you don't want to do the job, right?
Yeah,
it's,
you're like,
it's you super high.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of dishonest people for sure, but
But yeah, it feels like if you don't have that knowledge, it's just like, okay.
yeah, you're at the mercy of the company, right?
Yeah.
I know it. I know. It's very
We got
predatory.
14 trees cut down
Ooh.
last week.
Oh wow. That's a lot.
Yeah, a lot. But I'm super happy because they're trees, they were planted like when the house was built 30 years ago.
Sure.
As like little privacy fence, and now they're 60 feet
Super.
tall.
Oh wow. Super flimsy.
And
But
so
that's-
what we have in the yard is a trunk, like you see a trunk. And
Oh,
then
sure.
If you look up, there's branches. Super shaded the yard, and so we cut this side, and this side. They were all still there, and then there was an enormous, like 100-foot tree in between our house and the next house over.
Wow.
And so it's like this has to go because
Yeah.
if it falls or something, and we need a new roof. It's growing over the roof, so it doesn't make any sense
Oh,
to replace
gosh.
the roof. Yeah.
Absolutely. It doesn't make sense to replace the roof. Trees there. So did you and your neighbor split that cost, or?
No, because it's on our property.
Ah.
But we also need a new fence, and so
Sure.
we're trying to split the cost of the side fence with them because when the tree guys went out, the fence was like laying on the ground. So I told the neighbors, I'm like, hey, this is laying on the ground, and they're trying to sell their house, so I'm hopeful that we can
Right.
split it. But
Absolutely.
they sent back a thumbs up. I'm like, no, I need more.
I need more.
Can
Oh,
you
God.
send back $3,000?
Yeah. Absolutely. Let's figure this out.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
We lost a tree on the property. We have 14 left, yes, but still a lot, yeah. Just recently, like 2 weeks ago.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
It's our backyard. Leyland spruce, Leyland something. Big.
Don't last the whole day. Is it battery powered?
Here, here, like all the way around.
Sorry, I just wanted to get you. Oh, no, I just wanted to.
Better than me.
He plugged in and I was like, oh, they planted really great roof lights. They're not using it. But it's not such a big deal. You can keep it.
Yeah, of course.
And I haven't done very much.
All up in the house.
Just congeniality scene. Wasn't that just yesterday? April 25th. Yeah. It's the perfect day.
Well, it was actually yesterday.
Yeah.
There was an article in the Oregonian today this week.
Yes.
That was,
Time is
But it's not
relative,
too
so.
hot, not too cold. A light sweater will do.
Oh, sure.
Oh yeah, I'm also gonna time once we get that.
It's not final.
Yeah, still.
So, and it's not publicized.
Okay. And it won't be publicized in that nature.
No. Like that 60%, we're not telling anyone, but we're telling people is the.
Oh god.
And it was like with the power line there, yeah.
Yeah, you know, it was all these houses. It wasn't like all the big trees, like a whole bunch of branches coming from, but it was probably 60 feet high. 50 feet.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
And not in good shape.
Oh gosh,
And
it's
I remember
terrifying.
we had to take that out. There were two companies.
Yeah, we don't want to do it.
The other company came back and said, I think that was outrageous, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And he's like, take it or leave it.
Yep.
Because we're gonna have permits, we're gonna have like personnel.
Yeah.
This is big.
Yeah, you're at the mercy.
Neighbors, because it was like light there. Yeah, scary. And they had basically turned off the power for half the day.
Oh,
They were
God.
done.
No, we can still their picture of it. Because they are the only ones who don't know to do it, so. I'm gonna send it to her and see. Yeah, I'm super happy that now I have some lights, so it's library, got landscaping books, and you get the soil tested, and I know I'm gonna bring in so much soil, but it's worth it to finally have a nice yard.
Yeah, the exciting part starts now, right? So.
No, well, we're just gonna leave it. Oh, so there we go.
I'll tell you, grinding the stumps, if they're out of the way, that's great. If they're
But I don't know how many months it's taken. They're out of the way, they're on the side, so I'm having a ground yesterday. Plant around the surface, yeah, he's like, I'll put, drill holes in it, put salt in it.
There's actually,
Yeah.
and yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Good stuff. Good. I watched a video of it, it's so cool, it's just a big machine goes, you know.
Yeah.
Sure, not on the video, right, it would be super noisy and just.
Yeah,
on the
absolutely.
video, it's really neat to watch it just kind of go.
For sure, yeah.
Take a look at that before we're
Is it that time? Get there?
Okay. It was one of our sample documents yesterday. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna send it to Christina and be like, look what you did. And then Lindsay mentioned that you were looking for one pager. I can do it. So if Christina can take magic pictures. Well, it might not have to be as nice, but I'm sure there's public, like, little pieces that she can do. I love it. Yes.
Fresh coffee.
I'm gonna go find the other one. I just wanna make sure we have.
Is this decaf? Decaf? No. Okay, just wanna make sure. I'm just joking. I said joke. I'm surprised we weren't scraping.
Mint?
Oh, I have darling mints.
Ooh, I'll take one of those. Please don't tell me you brought the durian snacks.
No, I don't.
There's still coffee.
The first test Tiger recruitment. Eat this durian candy and tell us how you feel.
You want me to? Everybody take their seats, we're gonna start again. Oh, sorry. Is it a black tie or? No. These are the coveted budget minutes.
basic, the lowest is by basic. Don't you dare show up in anything other than soup.
Oh, there you go.
It was like being home.
Sorry, she's gonna run into you again.
Okay, everybody, it is 12:30. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch, and the City of Tigard Budget Committee is now reconvened. Eric Kang will now present the City Council goals and priorities fundings for the fiscal year 2025-2026 proposed budget.
Thank you, Chair. And I see our PowerPoint or TV is off in front of me. If we could, so I will refer to the one behind me for those of you tuning in. All right, so looking into the fiscal year 25-26 budget, we believe our requests and the investments into the next fiscal year are fairly straightforward. As I mentioned earlier today, we are facing, or we have brought a proposal for a reduction in the general fund of 3%. So in light of that, the requests that you're seeing and some of the changes in the programs that are going to be shared are really intended to be cost neutral and to readjust some of the programs that are existing today. Anything that does have new funding is something that we'll be covering, and any new funding requests are really designed for things that are outside of the general fund. So I just want to give that as the backdrop before we jump in. So back in earlier this month, Council adopted their goals for 25 to 26. So we have this graphic right here that represents Council's goals: the create housing opportunities for current and future residents, elevate economic opportunities for current and future residents, cultivate Tigard as a great place to live, work, and play, and deliver resilient, sustainable, and well-maintained facilities that provide reliable and efficient services to our community. And so we'll be going through some of the programmatic changes where we feel reflect these council goals, and we'll go right into it. So under the first one, the create housing create housing opportunities for current and future residents. One of the requests that's being proposed is a new housing planner position. And so this is a position that is focused on solutions for affordable housing through policy development and project support. Excuse me. This position would help facilitate and develop affordable housing projects in Tigard and lead that process for the city. And so I mentioned on this slide that this would be through CET funding, and it would cost approximately $154,000. So just some information about what CET funds are. Construction, that stands for Construction Excise Tax. And so that is a fee that was adopted back in 2019, and it is a fee that is assessed on any sort of development transaction. A portion of that has to go towards affordable housing. And so the request is to utilize some of those funds to pay for this position. Chair?
I was entirely caught up in the presentation. So thank you for the presentation.
I'm not done yet. I have a question.
Oh, shit.
Sorry.
Just gonna casually ignore all of that. Mayor Lube.
I have, I think, lots of questions on these sorts of things, and specifically, I think it would be helpful to understand for me, like, how does this go above and beyond what we have now? How are the potential impacts if development slows with the CET, would we anticipate that it would be able to cover it every single year? Just general, those sorts of questions, you know, in light of, we're not sure sort of what the economic outlook is, especially for development, and lots of questions.
Thank you for that question, Mayor. I'm going to call and ask for my colleague, Community Development Director Kirkman, to also respond on the programmatic aspect, but I will share just before she speaks on the funding side. So from a fund balance standpoint, we do have reserves within the CET fund. I believe it's approximately $2 million. And so there is funding available to sustain this position. Now, if there is a significant downturn, I think there would have to be a decision made in the future year whether or not this position would continue. But again, I would defer to Community Development Kirkman to have any programmatic comments.
Thank you again. Sambo Kirkman, Community Development Director. The intent was to utilize the funds intentionally to begin strategically planning for how we handle not only the current legislative issues that we have about housing, but also to look at how to manage to strategically figure out how to utilize those CET funds, because they are specifically for affordable housing. As we've been collecting the funds since 2019, there needs to be at least a game plan as to how we want to be able to effectively use those funds itself. So the thought is that we would be have the CT funds pay for the position for a few years, and through attrition absorb as part of our existing staffing levels right now.
For the CET funds, is the $2 million, have we made any investments over time, or is it $2 million because we've been collecting since 2019 and not doing a lot with it?
Majority of the funds have just been collecting of the funds itself. I'll defer to Director Kang if there are other things, but for the most part, we've just been collecting it and it's setting aside for an ideal program.
I apologize, I don't know the detail. What is the anticipated revenue coming in for this fiscal year that we're talking about? Just to have like a expenditure versus income idea.
If I may interject, page 401.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just so I can comment on as far as the expenditures thus far. So generally speaking, the amount of investment that's been made out of the CET funds has been focused on our community land trust. That is with a partnership with Proud Ground. And so if anyone's familiar with what a land trust is, that's essentially it's a vehicle for affordable housing where the purchase of a land is locked within a trust. And then when a homeowner comes to purchase the house itself, they don't own the land itself, they just own the building that's on top of the land. And the land itself stays in perpetuity within the trust. And so one of the stipulations is that you have to have affordable housing to qualify under this program. And it allows an opportunity to have more affordable housing wherever this land trust exists. And so that's kind of at a nutshell what that program is. And please correct me if I said anything out of turn.
You did a great job.
Okay, thank you. And so the city has made a few, has helped provide some support with Proud Ground, including things like down payment assistance of that and other programmatic costs to sustain this project. But as you can see, though, our revenues are greater than our expenditures. So there are more opportunities and dedicated revenue streams for this program.
Councilor Shaw? Just a quick question since we're here at this juncture. Can the construction excise tax only be used, you mentioned, for affordable housing? There's no other uses for that?
It's specifically set aside for affordable housing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and this is one of those special revenue funds I spoke about earlier that can only be used for a specific function. Thank you. And so this next one right here, this is not a new position. This is a continuation. So we have an agreement with the county where they provide funding for the city for about $200,000 per year. And so continuing this relationship with the county to support a city-county liaison position to provide city-level houselessness response. And so this would be the second year of funding. They would provide support and coordination between Tigard, Tualatin, and Sherwood. For the next goal, to elevate economic opportunities for current and future residents, and I might be inviting Community Development Director Kirkman again. So on our economic development plans, so one of the things you'll see in our key investments and strategies for economic development is really coming back and develop and implement a comprehensive economic development plan that's focused on industry recruitment, business growth, and alignment on land use. And then one of the new things here is positioning Tigard as a regional destination for tourism and investment, and I'm just about to get into those. So this next one right here, this isn't reflected in the proposed budget, and it will be coming up at an upcoming technical adjustment, but I felt like it was worthwhile to share during this meeting. That this, our proposal is to have a strategic partnership with the Tigard Chamber of Commerce. And so using transient lodging tax revenues, which we shared a little bit more information about the financial status of that fund, is to have a long-term strategic relationship with the chamber and have a dedicated revenue stream to have more opportunities to stimulate the economy in Tigard. And so for this first year, we are proposing that it supports the Tigard Visitor Center and Tigard Farmers Market, and then any sort of long-term strategic plan will be developed and brought back at some point in the future. Next one is to have an investment. Again, this is not also reflected in your proposed budget, and it will be reflected in a future technical adjustment, but is to make an investment in a strategic plan for the use of TLT funds. We had for the benefit of the community budget committee members, we had a workshop session a few months ago on transient lodging tax, and one of the things that we heard is to come back with a strategy and provide some options on how these funds are used. So for this budget cycle, we were proposing that we start that process and make an investment so that we can present council with options on the use of TLT funds.
Gregory Brown.
Thank you. Why is there a need for a consultant to help figure out how to spend transient lodging tax dollars? Is that just in terms of like how to best invest? Oh, there we go.
Well, a portion of the consultant fees would be towards actual public engagement, because part of this opportunity is to take a look at how these funds are being used and how the community itself would like to see it focused towards.
Councillor Hu?
Thank you. So the partnership with Chamber, I just want to make sure that expand Tigard economic development relationship with the Tigard business community is not only limited to Chamber member, it's with the entire, all the Tigard business community who are, even those who are not Chamber members.
The chamber does focus on other businesses or encouraging businesses to participate as part of the chamber membership itself.
Right.
But yes, I mean, part of it is the visitor center is open to the general public, and an opportunity for us to encourage more tourism into the area. And a portion of the funds that are provided in the from on the prior slide is to run the visitor center itself. So it's just a.
Yeah, I'm talking about there's a bullet above that.
Oh, can you go back to the bullet?
The first bullet, expand Tigard's economic development relationship with the Tigard business community. I just want to make sure that the money given to Chamber is not only for Chamber members.
Well, specifically the $70,000 that we're proposing to do, the focus of those funds, and again, the partnership is to understand there's the visitor center itself, which is run by the chamber, is being adequately funded. So that is the component of the partnership that we're specifically talking about, between that and the farmer's market itself.
Okay.
So,
All right. Okay. Got it.
and again, part of the strategic planning will be coming back to give the council an idea of what other opportunities strategically, maybe with the chamber or other means, to utilize the TLT as a way to encourage economic development.
Mayor Lube?
Thank you. Historically, I think the farmers market and the chamber have been funded through the grants process. So I think it would be helpful for a lot of us, me included, to understand the decision-making or the strategy behind changing it, I think, from a more budget committee process on making that decision, essentially turning it into a staff contract.
The abilities for us to knowing that that consistently the visitor center and the farmers market have been a economic program in which we would like to encourage its growth and all that. This gives us an opportunity to establish better metrics and guidelines with them through working with staff in developing the contracts itself, to be able to come back and report to council in greater detail what the expectations the city may have when it comes to the results of the two programs themselves.
Are we requiring that from any of our grant recipients at all, or are you looking to turn this relationship into something totally with different sort of expectations?
I can't speak to all the grant programs that we have, but we're hoping to establish clear expectations and clarity on the outcomes from these programs.
I can speak on that just a little bit, specifically on the other grant programs. And we will talk about the social services and community events grants towards the end of this section. But as it pertains to the chamber, one of the other thought process is to also have a more stable revenue stream so that there is more consistency on program and services year over year, rather than going through the grant process, which adds a layer of subjectivity. But it's really to have a long-term strategic relationship with them where they can rely on funding with specific expectations and outcomes.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll move on to the next section. So one of the new positions that we are proposing also is a business manager position within the Community Development Department. This is to provide dedicated financial expertise and to also help support the department in making financially informed decisions and grant monitoring, and just help assist in the everyday, day-to-day operations. This position would be expected to be funded, or would be cost neutral, with a proposal to reallocate the funding of how the administrative costs within the department are handled. So not just for this position, but several of the other administrative staff, the idea would be to reallocate their funding source from general fund to also include the building fund, which they do oversee and support. And so from a general fund standpoint, and the reason why we do that is because the general fund has not restricted funds, but the building fund is restricted funds. And so in order for us to use those building funds, the appropriate way to do that would be to have a reasonable measure of allocating costs to those restricted funds. And so certain administrative costs like oversight, those are eligible to be allocated, and the city hasn't done that in the past. And so we would just reshuffle some of those costs in order to make this a viable, cost-neutral position. The next position that is being proposed is a grants administrator position. This would be a centralized, citywide support function to ensure that the city has the capability and capacity to accept grants, and also to fully ensure that we are complying with all of our grant requirements. So currently, we don't have a dedicated resource centrally with grants, and it's been there's been a disparate approach on how we monitor grants across the city. It's at the department level. So this would centralize that function into the finance department. And one of the ways that we're proposing that this position is to be funded is to utilize what is allowed under federal regulation for de minimis overhead or de minimis administrative costs. So we, in the past, have had a practice of not accepting a portion of grant awards to cover administrative costs, but that doesn't truly reflect the cost of doing business when you accept a grant. Because anytime you accept a grant, especially a federal grant, it would mean that there's an increased workload for many departments, including finance.
Mayor Lube?
Thank you. I have a couple of general questions about this. So the last one, the business manager team A, you, or the city team is requesting also included grant monitoring. And now there's kind of a request to bring a grant person forward. A couple questions around that. If you're looking to centralize it, are you looking at taking some of that responsibility away from the people who are currently doing it and being able to allocate resources that way? Or is this, everyone is still gonna do some grant work, but this person's gonna be overseeing it? That's my first of several questions.
Sure. Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for that. The concept would be that some of the administrative functions would be centralized, but there are still programmatic operational oversight that has to happen within the department level. Essentially it would be virtually impossible to monitor. So if I had to give a good example, so if we had if we're talking about like cost allowability as an example, or under cost principles, centrally we would be able to provide the rules and regulations and advice on what you can and cannot spend within a grant, but there still needs to be a level of monitoring at the department level when they're implementing their programs to ensure that they're complying with those, whatever they purchase and things like that. So it would continue to be a shared responsibility.
Great, thanks very much, Director Kang, and thanks for the question, Mayor. We approach grants as sort of three separate pieces. So there's the grant application, there's the grant determining the terms of the agreement, the allocation of funds, utilization of funds, that level of administration enforcement and reporting. And then there's program management, delivering on what we promised, implementing the grant. Currently, we have a small portion of our procurement manager's time to do the administration enforcement side, really far below what an organization of our size and the grants we receive is appropriate. And then for program managers, that's also undercapacitated. So we really don't have any dedicated personnel for any of those sets of assignments related to grants, which makes each grant kind of a it's too ad hoc. We're kind of inventing it more as we go. And so community development is a department that receives the majority of the grants that we apply for, and they are responsible for the majority of programs, and unfortunately lacking a system and a robust process, we have to invent it each time. So those positions that were described are distinct in those sorts of ways. So we need to have someone responsible for financial administration, and then someone responsible for the deployment within our most involved department.
Thank you. I appreciate the context and the understanding. I think our last 4 years for sure, a lot of cities and government agencies got used to a lot of money out there and a lot of money available that we have been able to go after. And it's been increasingly clear in the last several months that that is absolutely not going to be the case going forward. And that's my concern. And they're especially attacking the administrative aspect of it, of saying you don't get money for administration. And so my concern is we're ramping up for something that grants just aren't going to be there. They're not going to be there federally. A lot of the grants that we receive locally are from federal money that is being funneled through. And so I hear what you're saying based on past history. I'm having a hard time with this position knowing part of another position is going to be doing this too. And odds are grants just aren't going to come for the next 4 years.
Right, thank you for that comment. We receive grants as well from the regional level, the county, as well as from the state. And so we look to those parties as well. So as an example, we have a multi-party agreement for Safe Streets for All planning. And so while those monies have already been received and that project has already started, we continue to coordinate with both Washington County and Metro. And so right now we do it as much as our staff time allows, but we're not in a position where we can be more strategic and thoughtful with these funds already received. So we'd like to be responsive to that even at our more local level.
Okay.
I also just wanted to point out that the position that is being requested for community development is a fraction of it, for the fraction of the position itself is towards grants. A majority of it, with it being 50% paid through our building division, is intended for helping to be more compliant with our budgets and being able to track those with within our building department, as well as looking at helping to be a bit more efficient in how we handle it. And grants are a component of it, but a small component of what our team needs to be collaborating with what this grant administrator would be doing.
Yeah, I think one just other thing to just nuance to add to the position for within community development, it follows a similar model that we have within the police department and the public works department. But one of the things that is abundantly clear is the community development department is responsible for managing several different funds with dedicated revenue streams, and the financial analysis and forecasting that's needed for things like the building fund, the CET fund, as I mentioned earlier. I mean, there's quite a few different areas where we just need more capabilities and more closely aligned to what the operations are to be able to provide that support so we can make better educated decisions. So, if we're talking about like development and how do we predict where development is going to be at a more specific and tactical level, this position would be able to provide better support than what we currently do.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shaw?
Thank you very much. And this is a fantastic, robust discussion around potential positions to add. And one thing I'd also add is that at the federal level, there's some consternation. A lot of those funds have already been granted and have actually been funded. So it's a clawing back. There's a lot of lawsuits that are happening that are prevailing. So those dollars are moving forth. So one of the reasons I think this is helpful is it plants that seed for those dollars that are going to be coming in, but also looks forward to additional dollars because there's new developments of how can you fund positions without going maybe through a federal agency, but through other mechanisms. So just for that context, I want to add that. Thank you.
So the next topic, or next slide, this is related to a park project. The park is the Safe Street Park. This is in currently in an underserved area. And apologize. This is located in the Metzger area, in an area between Steve Street and 84th Avenue. It's currently slated to be a 1.4 acre neighborhood park, and it is slated to start construction in the summer of 2026. So this is a park project that has been in the works for quite a few years. I believe our CIP team will be talking about it in more detail during the CIP section today. But one thing that's important to note is that the funding for this park, the majority of it is coming from the 2019 Metro Bond through their local share program. and then the remainder is going to be coming from the park SDC revenue. Another investment, sorry. Bagan Park. This is also similar to the Steve Street Park. This is another park in an underserved area, and this is located off of Greenberg Road. It's an underserved area that, again, is also more than a 10-minute walk to a park or a trail. The land for this park was actually acquired back in 2013, which was made possible by a bond that was issued by the city back in 2010. And through funding through Metro, the same revenue source as the Steve Street bond, the city is able to develop this park into what would be an 8.25 acre neighborhood park. And the planning and designing for this park is expected to begin in the upcoming fiscal year. And again, the CIP team will talk about these projects in more detail during the CIP section today. All right. So under resiliency, to deliver resilient, sustainable, and well-maintained facilities, the city is proposing a position. Now, this would be a net new position, which would be to hire an emergency management program coordinator. This would be to support the city's emergency management operations and the employee safety training program. So currently, there's only one FTE for this program. Many of you probably know Mr. Lewick, who has been operating this program for quite some time. So this would be proposing an additional FTE to support this program to ensure that we have redundancy in this program and that we are able to plan for succession and so that this program continues. As you know, we have quite a few topics up ahead talking about resiliency, and this is just one of those areas that we are proposing we address. How we're best prepared to handle some of those dark sky moments.
I just want to ask, because we're talking about funding for a lot of these positions, this is a general fund.
This would be a Public Works admin fund. So the admin fund for Public Works is a shared pool of funds from different enterprise and restricted funds. So it would not have any general fund impact. The next one, next proposal is to hire 2 utility workers, water utility workers. So this division within the city has not had any FTE increases since 2013. And we've provided a few statistics up there. So our facilities in the water service has expanded quite significantly since that time. So just to kind of note some of the big ones, significant amount of new storage capacity. We have new aquifers. We have higher capacity for bringing in water. Yet we haven't added any FTE. So these are critical positions really needed to ensure that the water system can continue to provide services to the community. And again, this would not have any general fund impact, and it would be supported just by the water rates. All right. So this next one proposal is for the Tigard Public Library. This does have general fund impact. So one of the things about the Tigard Library that I think many people don't realize is that it was actually constructed over 20 years ago. While the facility looks fantastic, it's one of the things that's hard to see is the state of the roof and the state of our HVAC system. But these are critical systems that are absolutely need to be replaced for the library. The library is a well-used facility, and some of these key components just have outlived their useful life. And so we are recommending a one-time capital investment to ensure that these components can be replaced. And so in combined funding, we've shared up there, it's just under $6.5 million for the replacement of both of those key components.
Ethan Postrel?
Thank you. So for this kind of capital work, would this be 4.5 million in and the 2 million in this next budget year or over a period of years?
I believe this would be a 1 year to replace all of it. I think we have a pretty short window of time when we have to do it if this gets approved.
Okay, thanks. And this would not be borrowed for, is that right? This would just be?
Correct.
Okay.
This, the funding source would be from drawing down on our reserves. So when we presented the financial forecast, you saw that in fiscal year 26, we're going to have a gap. We're going to actually draw down our reserves. And part of that is driven by this project.
Okay, thanks. One last question, I guess, while I have the mic. Not about this item, but about some of the items that included FTEs, people. The numbers budgeted for are not necessarily representative of salaries, right? Because it would include things like, insurance contributions and retirement and all the other benefits. Is that right?
Correct. It would include, it's a fully loaded cost. So fringe benefits, training, things like that, everything that's needed to have an employee.
Great, thank you.
Mayor Loop?
If memory serves me correctly, part of this is also, or we received a congressionally directed funding or an earmark from Congresswoman Salinas for this. 3 million, was that it? I'm trying to remember, and can you explain how that works into some of these numbers?
Yes, thanks for asking. Congresswoman Salinas allocated or recommended $500,000 be directed as congressionally designated spending or an earmark last year from the U.S. HUD. And so we've worked to secure those funds and apply them to this project. Unfortunately, during the time from when we applied till now, the costs have gone up. And so we'd love to work on delivering it soon before prices change any further.
Thank you for that question, Mayor Loop, because that led me to another one. So if this is congressionally appropriated, do we have discretion over this, or do we have to spend this because it's been appropriated?
So the congressionally appropriated funds, the $500,000 would only cover a small portion of the project. The total project itself, like HVAC system, is $4.7 million. While the funding is definitely helpful to get the project completed, there still requires a significant investment in the general fund. If this project is not being approved, then the funding would have to be returned.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, so the next one is another investment in capital. So the Police and Public Works Facility Modernization Project. This is a project that has been ongoing for a couple of years. We're at the point where we are recommending an investment in pre-construction costs, which would include architecture and engineering design fees, and also other costs related to communications and things like that to get a bond measure to the voters in May of 2026. And then if that bond was approved by the voters, this investment would actually be reimbursed by the bond. And then I'm going to welcome Strategic Initiative Manager Kim Ezell to speak a bit about this project.
Good afternoon, Budget Committee, and I am very excited to talk to you this afternoon about, in my very biased opinion, is the most exciting thing that is happening in the city right now. So talking about the new Police and Public Works facility. So I'm going to start with talking about what our challenge is and why we're looking at building a new facility. So the first is the building is aging. Aging isn't necessarily a bad thing. We're all aging here, but it's actually causing some pretty big problems for the city in general and for these facilities and how we serve our community. So one of those ways is it's seismically unsafe. Our buildings were built, the police and public works facilities, in the early 80s. They weren't built to the same seismic standards that we require today, or that we know today are needed in case of major disaster. And this directly impacts how we can serve our community members best. In the case of a major disaster, our buildings would not be safe for folks to be operating out of, which would restrict their ability to serve the community and to provide those really mission-critical first responder activities that we know that would be needed. So seismically unsafe is one of our key driving factors behind creating a new facility. The other is overcrowded. So I said these buildings were built in the 1980s. So when we talk about being overcrowded, the population of Tigard was about 20,000 in the 1980s. It is now closer to 60,000. 3 times as many people living in the community means we need at least twice as many folks operating out of these buildings in order to serve the community. So we've done a couple of studies over the years in public works. We're currently operating out of 3 acres. A study was done a couple years ago that recommended that we operate out of 8 acres in order to have enough space for all of our equipment and all of our folks to work well. We also did a study of the police department, and the study recommended that we have twice as much space for our police officers as we currently do in order that they have the space that they need to serve the community efficiently. The final issue that we're thinking about is it's inefficient to rehabilitate. So when we talk about just actual space, we do not have the space in the current facilities to grow into the way that we need. So that is why we're looking at this new facility, this new space, this new 9.5-acre land purchase that was completed 2 fiscal years ago in order to really support the community as it is today. So next slide. Oh, I guess I could do that. Thank you. All right, so our approach is to build a safe, modern, and combined facility for our police and public works department. This will allow our first responders to be able to respond in critical emergency, give everybody the space they need. It'll also help with our recruitment efforts by having a modern facility that people actually want to be working out of, and it will make everyday operations more efficient. So I say more efficient, this wasn't on the last slide, but we are currently operating out of 9 different spaces for our public works and police operations, and this will give us the ability to combine everybody into one space and make for a more efficient operation that serves the community. And finally, how does this impact our budget? So in FY 2024, we completed due diligence for the land opportunity and purchased the 9.5-acre parcel at Hunsaker and Wall for a total cost of a little over $15 million. In this last year, we hired a project director. That was a really important hire for us. We don't build giant buildings on 9.5-acre parcels very often, but other folks do, including project directors, and so we were able to bring on OTAC to be our project director and really help us through this process. We began the public information campaign. Finance Director King already mentioned that, but we're looking at going to voters in May 2026 with a bond to help pay for this project, or to pay for the full cost of this project. And so we've begun that public information campaign. And we are looking to contract with an architect very soon in order to start the planning and design really of how we use this land and how we build that parcel. So we had $1 million budgeted in FY 2025 to cover those costs. Going into 2026, we're looking to sustain that public information campaign through the bond. We're looking to complete the architectural design work and get to the point of construction documents so that when that bond passes, we are ready to go and start work on the construction of the building. In order to do that, we are requesting $4 million, which was a few slides back. One point that has come up quite a few times in questions, and I imagine is probably on everyone's mind now, is also tariffs. So how does tariffs impact this project? And as has been said several times already today, we're not sure. It is a risk that we are actively mitigating and managing, and working with our project director and the architectural candidates on what things that we can and cannot control, including things like what type of construction materials do we use for the building? And so these are things that we can start controlling and thinking about in these really early days to mitigate the risk to cost. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
No questions. Well done.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Strategic Initiatives Manager, Azelle. So I'll continue on with this section. So this next section is on the Community Services and Community Events grant process. So this is on page 90 of the budget book if you'd like to refer to it. Starting in fiscal year 25, to give some background information, the city revised its process for how the Community and Social Services Grant Program operated, which included going through a matrixed approach with specific criterias that are made public in advance, so that applicants are aware of what sort of criterias are used to make determinations on which organizations are funded and how much to fund the organizations. And so through this process, we have a grant subcommittee which were appointed back at that January meeting. And over the period of, I want to say, 20 to 25 hours, the subcommittee has met on multiple days to listen to grant applications, review grant applications, and listen to presentations from the grant applicants, and then score and deliberate on the award of these funds. And so the recommendation and proposal for this program is $229,000 for social services, of which $42,000 is funded by the marijuana tax, and then $101,760 for the community events grant, which are funded by combined use of the general fund and the transient lodging tax. And if any subcommittee members would like to share their thoughts or on the process, I would also welcome any comments from the subcommittee.
So hi, thank you, Finance Director King. So I met together with my fellow grant subcommittee members over the course of sort of a day-long event where we heard in-person proposals from everybody who was looking for these grants. They requested grants either under the general heading of social services grants or community events grants. Community events grants are exactly sort of like what they sound like. They're sort of like one-off events that are designed to sort of highlight a particular like cultural, social benefit. Social service grants, more of an ongoing social good to the city and whatnot. And so we heard from several organizations that were requesting funds from this. As Finance Director King talked about, we used a matrix approach that considered several criteria, including the sort of overall impact to the city of Tigard, how well the proposal sort of like fit the brief of what they were applying for, whether it was the community events grant, whether it was the social services grant, how fiscally responsible the organization was, things like that. And so I was surprised, for example, to learn that these grants cover things like the Tigard Festival of Balloons, the tree lighting ceremonies and things like that that happen downtown, all of that, as well as community theater groups, cultural festivals, things like that. So this list is being referred to the Budget Committee by the Grants Subcommittee. Sort of represents the result of that day-long process. And then we had a second meeting where we sort of met and debated out the numbers based not only on the matrix, but also kind of at the end of the day, we had to go through and kind of decide what was the threshold. In other words, what sort of numbers did people have to hit before they would sort of qualify for a grant award. And this document on page 90 of the budget book is basically the final numbers on that we came up with, and I think is a pretty fair reflection of a lot of discussion. And I think ultimately we were able to arrive at some numbers that we felt good about.
I'd just like to add for some of the sort of color of what happened. Do you all recall that day when a tornado was supposed to come through and there was golf ball sized hail? That was the day we met to hash everything out. And so Councilor Shaw and I were on the phone of like, are you coming in? What's going on here? I'm like, I'm going in until I see the funnel cloud. And so that was that. On that day, while you all were trying to protect your cars from hail, we were deciding grant award amounts.
Councilor Robbins? Or, sorry.
Oh, yeah, kind of just to piggyback kind of what Greg said. It's my first time volunteering here in the city of Tigard, so it really is, it was a good opportunity to see what happens behind the scenes, right? So I know it were small decisions, but it'll feel good, going to the Tiger Balloon Festival and saying, we had an impact on this, or we chose what went on here. So good opportunity. I recommend it for everybody interested. But a lot of fun, a lot of crying the day of the presentations as well. So, but it's a great learning experience for sure.
Aaron McCool?
I just wanted to clarify, and I'm sorry if I missed it. The community event grants are broken down between general fund and transient lodging tax. And the social services, where's the rest that isn't covered by the marijuana tax? Where's that coming from?
The remainder is funded through the general fund.
Oh, it is. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Loop?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for everything that you do. It is a very long day that I know all of you take, but it's wonderful to see the organizations that you bring forward. We do have presentations from our community organizations on the third Tuesday of the month for our workshop meetings. So if you want to understand more about what these grants are actually doing, we tend to hear from 2 organizations every month. Please tune in.
And thank you, subcommittee member, for dedicating your time through this process. One thing I'll just note is that every year the amount of funding requests vastly exceeds the amount of budget that's allocated to this program. This year was no different. I believe we received about $700,000 of requests, but as you can see, the amount that's allocated and able to fund are just over $300,000.
Councilor Shaw?
Thank you. Just want to make sure, Councilor Robbins, I'm not taking your spot. Okay. A shout out to staff. I'm looking at both you two. Thank you so much for the spreadsheets, for gathering all the information, and just making it so easy for us as the committee members or members to really have the opportunity to review in advance. To review the different proposals. Really appreciate that, and really appreciate the city also every third Tuesday having those organizations come and present. So just thank you to staff. You just made it really easy, and very much appreciate it, and the information and the data was fantastic.
Councilor Robbins?
I was just going to tag on a little about the process. In addition to the in-person days, we had a training day, and then we had a massive packet sent to us of everything to review in advance to try to be prepared for the presentations. I really enjoyed that we had community members. It wasn't just the 3 city councilors doing it. And also the different perspectives we all brought with our different careers and different experiences. I think virtually nobody, maybe one was fully funded, but nobody got all the money they asked for, which was a way that we could help more groups. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that since, we had 700,000 in requests, and we gave about 300,000, but very few got all that they asked for. And Lindsay is a magician with Excel, and we were able to change scores, and suddenly magically the lines went up and down, and until we were able to figure out what we felt comfortable with. And it was also just really eye-opening about the amount of extra help the city sends out through these grants, and the groups that you have no idea the city is funding them sometimes, and also just the different needs the community has that maybe we think we didn't think of. And so it's the cuts this year. We spent a lot of money on various food banks and things because the federal government just said, nope, we're not sending any more money. And I think a lot of people don't even think about that. It gets there. And to have these presentations where people say, we normally get this amount and now we're getting this amount, and the vast difference was very eye-opening.
Councilor Shaw, did you have another question?
All right, thank you. And I just want to give some kudos also again to to Lindsay for her work on this program. She is the kind of the lead in preparing us, and so a lot of hours and hard work go behind the scene to make sure that we're all prepared for that. So thank you, Lindsay. And again, I think that brings us to the end of this section right here. So we have all the proposals from the city staff on what's being proposed in the fiscal year 26 budget. At this point in time, happy to answer any further questions or open up for deliberations.
Councilor Gadusi? Oh, sorry.
Going back to the emergency management program coordinator role, would the intent be to then incorporate other things into that? I know that there's currently one FTE dedicated to both programs, but things like bringing CERT back into the city or having other community involvement, what specifically would go with this position?
Thank you. For the record, Brian Rager, Public Works Director. So the need for this position, the short answer is no. We would not be proposing to bring CERT back into under the city umbrella. The purpose of this position is a recognition of really an existing deficiency we've had in the program. Our current emergency services coordinator or manager, he has plans to retire, so we don't have a firm date on that yet, but knowing that that's on the horizon, we wanted to be proactive and get some help really assessing this program because it's quite mature, and Mike Lewick has managed it on his own all these years, and we have felt in our gut for several years that he's needed help. And so knowing that he has plans to retire, we wanted to do a thorough assessment of the program, determine what gaps exist now, and looking out into the future, how best to approach the program moving forward. So it really was no surprise to me when Stantec, the company that we hired to help us, they did the assessment, they came back and said, oh yeah, really to maintain what you've got, you really do need some help here. And so that is the real purpose of that coordinator position, is to just provide that extra bit of resource to keep the program going.
Okay, anything else? Okay, Councilor Schlack?
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to take a moment sort of to reflect on this portion of the budget meeting because, the council has been discussing for the last several months what our council goals are for the next 2 years. And I feel like sort of coming out of the election cycle and getting together with the new council, this is really the point where we get together and say, this is what the community told us. This is what we want to do for the next 2 years in order to make our ideas a reality. So I want to thank the council for engaging in that process really robustly, and I'm personally really pleased with where our council goals landed. I'm really impressed by our teammates' ability to quickly put all of our ideas into a cohesive document and come up with, I think, some really great strategies to make our ideas a reality. And I'm really excited by the budget proposals today because ultimately the budget is it's our policy document. It's how we take these ideas, these good intentions, these values, and we put them into practice. And considering where we were on January 1st to today, I'm just really pleased with where everything landed, and I'm really excited to see these budget proposals become a reality in the next fiscal year.
Thank you, Councilor Schlack. Ethan Postro?
Thank you. I have a few, I think mostly minor questions. It seems like this is a good time to kind of go through them. Director King, you mentioned earlier a new budget preparation software. Is that part of Tyler or is that something different?
No, that's a separate tool. The software that we're using is it's now called Una. It used to be called Quastica. And so that was something that we brought forward earlier in fiscal year 25.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple questions on kind of liquidity, cash management. What kind of bank does the city use just for kind of cash in, cash out on a daily basis?
Well, we're actively use basically two sources of liquidity, which is U.S. Bank is our primary bank, and this question has never been asked before, so but it's a great question. So there is very limited number of banks that the city can actually bank with because they have to be collateralized. And so the U.S. Bank is the primary bank that we used, and they are a collateralized bank. And that's basically what we use for our daily operating account. Our second source of liquidity is basically in our LGIP, the local government investment pool. Those funds are, we consider those same as cash in terms of liquidity. So in that slide earlier, we pretty much maximize the limit, which is about $60 million to hold in those accounts. And we are able to draw down those funds within the next business day. And then the remainder, the vast majority of our liquidity is tied up in our bonds, which is approximately $200 million.
Okay, thank you for that. Also on, access to capital issues, particularly short-term credit, what kind of emergency access to short-term liquidity is there? For example, say it's September, October, November, kind of the end of that period where the reserve is running out and the new money hasn't come in yet. Maybe that's when the big earthquake happens and all of a sudden we're paying public works and police a whole bunch of overtime and, maybe buying a bunch of materials that are needed to get through that. What kind of short-term liquidity do we have for that kind of thing?
So I hate using the word, it depends, but it does depend. So when it comes to emergencies, typically we would issue a emergency declaration right away so that we're eligible to receive funding from FEMA. And then at that point we would launch our emergency operations command, and we would coordinate with our federal partners to ensure that we have the funding available to address any sort of emergency situation. So this actually did happen during COVID, I believe. And so that's basically how we would fund that. I guess that's not short term, but that's how we would reimburse ourselves for some of the short-term costs related to some sort of event. But from an immediate liquidity standpoint, we also have what's called our insurance fund. We're basically self-insured for some emergencies that are beyond what our insurances cover. So we have a $1.5 million quick liquidity in the insurance fund, which is it's referred to as your insurance fund in the budget book. So that is for basically unexpected things that are not covered by insurance. So that's another way. And then through emergency declaration, we have some reserves in our utility funds that we could tap into for internal borrowings if need be to for general fund operations to fund some of those short-term liquidity needs, but with the expectation that those funds would actually have to be reimbursed at a future time. So typically those FEMA reimbursement requests, those revenues would go straight to offsetting any sort of funds that we borrowed from.
Very informative, thank you. That helps. My last question, very kind of comprehensive product here with the budget document like Interim Director Drake mentioned. Thank you to the whole staff for having put that together. It's all very well polished at this stage, of course, but I know there's probably a lot that goes into that, and it's probably, my question is, what are some of the kind of stickier points throughout the internal budget formulation process? What are the kind of the key areas of judgment where the staff has exercised judgment and kind of made tough decisions to get to where you are now? Just kind of curious to get under the skin a little bit on that.
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and I might look to some of my colleagues to help me out on this question. But In terms of judgment, I would first point to, our earlier presentation on the budget reductions. The roughly $1.9 million that was proposed. While some of those proposals, like I mentioned, are not expected to have service level impacts, there was a great amount of discretion involved in coming to those numbers. And this was a collaborative process that involved all of our departments and stakeholders within the city to help prepare what those proposals look like. So I would, I think that would be probably the key point that I would point to. And Deputy City Manager, and we treat you look like you have an idea too.
I
Or
would
response.
agree. I agree with Director King. We've had several years of hold the line budgets, which means that there have been needs to either maintain, sustain, or expand service capacity that we've held off on in the hopes that future years would lead to a better forecast or better conditions. This year, with a reduction budget, we had to get a little further in the detail and have some challenging conversations and further prioritize. The Community Development Business Manager position is an example of a position that's been introduced, at least internally, to the professional staff level for 3 years in a row, and it's not made any headway even in making it equitable with other departments that do have such positions. And for such a complex and complicated budget, it's certainly a need. But to Director King's point, we've been tasked with prioritizing and being really conservative, but and also discerning in order to continue to provide excellent service levels to our community, protect filled positions, and also have the continuity of service and sustainability. We don't want to impact morale. We don't want to impact the community. However, we do have an obligation to be balanced financially. So it's a lot of spinning plates. I'd say that this finance team, more than anyone I've seen, has done it, has almost made it look easy, but done a very good job.
Okay, Lauren Poling.
Thank you. Hi, I have a question about the general obligation bond for May of 2026. And I know it's a little early, but has there been any polling done for that, considering that the costs would need to be reimbursed out of that bond?
I'm so excited you asked that question. I heard general obligation bond and I came running. Yes, we have started polling. So we did a poll at the end of last year, and we're looking at soft but positive results. 58% generally supportive of the bond before any public communication. We've been starting our public communication campaign over the last few months, and we're doing another poll this May, which will further inform our messaging and give us another sense. And then we'll do some more polling next fall and into early 2026, so we know that we're on the right track.
Thank you. And I guess I have a follow-up since you're already sitting up here. Have you talked to any other organizations? I know it's mainly a lot of school districts, and I think fire does it as well with bonds, but that use bonds and kind of their approach to kind of cost development and estimating, especially considering that costs have changed, and kind of how they have dealt with that.
Yeah, so you're talking about that $150 million number and how firm or soft we might think it is. Yeah, so I wouldn't say we're talking to a lot of other like fire districts and those folks, but we're really relying heavily on our project director and our architect team who do this all the time and do a lot of that cost estimation, and they've been very confident so far that $150 million is more than enough to get us through the end of construction.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Hu?
Thank you. Just want to also mention that following up on Emily's comment about cost cutting, even council, we had extensive discussion of internal, publicly twice how we're going to cut out the council budget, and that's the first time I ever have to participate in that. So, you know, everybody is taking this seriously. So yeah, and my question is regarding the council goals and how the money are being spent to further the council goals. For three of them, they are pretty obvious to me why we're spending those spending money on those positions or program and how they further council goal. But for the Cultivating Tiger, sorry, I have to cultivate Tiger as a great place to live, work, and play. I can see the two park, they are very obvious to me why they further that goal. But just for the first two position for the community development business manager teammate and the central and the grant administrator teammate, can you just connect the dot for me a little bit more how those two positions ultimately will support that council goal? Just give me a little more information on how team operation works for that. So thank you.
Thank you for asking the question, Councilor. I'm sure Director King can jump in with more detail as well. For the Cultivate Tigard as a great place to live, work, and play, there's a number of strategies underneath. So they touch everything from natural areas and recreation, safety, connectivity, and maintenance of our transportation system, community safety and resiliency, as well as community connections, and so communications and engagement sorts of things. About 3 of the 4 of those pertain to community development work, and so they own a lot of those activities. And much of those elements have, if not currently receiving grant funding to make them whole, we're in active process of getting some external funds or partnerships to help us make good on these activities. A number of these, for example, natural areas, transportation, perhaps all of them, we do have a lot of regional partnerships and connections. And to participate in these regional meetings and to partner with other entities requires not only warm bodies, but a number of agreements and transactions, resource transactions. For those reasons, those positions tie into that work. Eric, do you want to add?
Yeah. So one of the things I would just point out, in light of some of the funding challenges that we have in the general fund and how we can deliver on our council goals, particularly on this one right here, one of the things that we're going to look forward to and target in order to execute on some of the programs is to really look at external funding. And so these positions really are going to be key to help support and ensure that the city has the opportunity and the capacity to build on those opportunities. And so as we look to building programs and reach out to our regional partners, and when we make those requests for money, we want to make sure that we are still continue to be good stewards of those funds and create those opportunities to deliver on the things that the council has asked of the team.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions for Director Kang or anyone else? Okay, then our next agenda item is a 15-minute break, which is supposed to happen at 2, but I say we go now and see how much time we can actually get back today. So, oh, no, sorry, Jeanette, sorry. Councilor Shaw?
I don't want to impede upon the break, but I know that interim city manager Drake has to leave at 2, and I just wanted to, is that my understanding? And I just want to, because today is his last day, thank him so much for the amazing service. And just guidance and advice that you've provided, not only to me personally, but to the council. So thank you so much. And I know our paths will cross.
Being a former mayor, I used to talk in hour increments like Mayor Lube, but I don't do that anymore. And so thank you, everyone. It's been a joy to be here. Inherited a wonderful team on the leadership team, and Emily's been a wonderful backup. And no, we do it this way here, or no, we do it this way here. And everyone's been wonderful. The council's been wonderful. Mayor's been very patient, and I think there's a lot of good things in the future for this. It's not a little town anymore. It's good sized, and I've said since I came this has a very Beaverton feel to it, and not as an insult, but because I know the competition in the past between the cities, but in a good way, that I think Tygart's grown up and grown up nicely. So it's been a nice opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are now at 1:45, so let's reconvene at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, committee members. We're here today to talk about the 5-year capital improvement plan, and ultimately what this group will be working on is making that recommendation to adopt the fiscal year 26 portion of the plan. In your free time, there's a ton of photos on this slide that you can look at in your packet. These are previously completed CIPs, but we can talk about them some more offline if you would like to hear about previous projects. A little bit of what we're going to go through today is what is the CIP, talk a little bit about the CIP in brief. That is a document within the budget itself that is in front of you. The framework of developing the capital improvement plan, and kind of the process of the full life cycle of our assets, kind of from cradle to grave. And then we'll get into the financial pieces of it, of where the money comes from, and then what you get for that investment. So let's start with what is the CIP. First of all, we have 6 systems that are contained within it. They include our water system, sanitary sewer, stormwater, transportation, our parks, and then also facilities. The CIP establishes, prioritize, and funds the capital investments that we deliver on an annual basis. These are both to improve the existing systems and develop and deliver new infrastructure and expanding those systems. It's a multi-year plan, and the annual budget process will adopt the upcoming year budget and appropriations for those projects. The reason we have, or one of the reasons we have a 5-year plan is so earlier today when you heard about fund projections and kind of the forecast, we have a 5-year outlook of what is a reasonable expectation of what we can deliver, and then that factors into all the funding to make sure we have a reasonable and appropriate plan to work off of. And many of these projects span more than a year, so it wouldn't be responsible for us to work on projects that we don't have a reasonable plan in place for what we can deliver in the following years. The CIP in brief was a newer document that started in fiscal year 22, and it was intended, or is intended, to be a communication tool to talk at a very high level about what the CIP is. It does a little bit more of a dive in of all these processes that we're going to talk about today, and then it highlights key projects. So it's a way for us to show off all the good things that the budget approves and what gets delivered on an annual basis. I thought I was changing slides by the computer. Oh, yeah, the CIP in brief in your budget document starts on page 161. So the framework for developing the CIP, is really based on system planning and creating project prioritization for budgeting. So all of our systems have a system plan or a document that really guides the needs for a long-term or long-range forecast. Many of these outlook 20 years out, and we update them on a 5-year cycle. So we're always forecasting the needs into the future, and they develop a prioritized list of projects that are needed, and then that is what's brought into the CIP, ultimately leading into that near-term fiscal year that you're going to be approving. So there's a lot of steps of developing the big picture need, and we whittle it down to the near-term fiscal year. The city's strategic vision, you heard about the 5 E's earlier, the community promise and city council goals are embedded through all steps of this process. Primarily, we look at those goals and community promise when we're developing the system plans, and then carry that forward all the way through today where we're talking about projects. So here's a graphic that is also included in that CIP in brief. This is the process, or what we call cradle to grave, or from idea to asset. And it really shows, starting in the red area with system planning, this is where staff takes feedback from the community, from council, and from many of our committees that are appointed by council to
to find out what the true need is for all of our systems, and it's based on levels of service as well. So we understand what the level of service is for our parks, for our transportation network, for our water systems, and really across all the systems that we work in to develop that 20-year system plan. Then we move into developing the capital improvement plan, where we take those project needs or those project lists and we bring it down to your 5-year outlook that is in front of you for the CIP. And that's where we pair the project needs with funding revenues and balance it with internal staffing resources to be able to deliver the projects. Coming out of the system plan development and budget approval process, we get into project delivery. And that's the third quadrant here that you see in the blue color. Project delivery is where primarily the Public Works engineering team delivers these projects, where we spend the majority of the finance or the money that we're approving here, and put those projects into service. Once they're into service, we go into operations, which is green, and that's where Public Works operations staff maintain those assets for their life. And the circle then continues from that point back into system planning, and it's just a wheel that keeps going around where we're constantly maintaining our assets. A key thing to mention here is the city is starting to mature more in its asset management program, and you'll start hearing more about that in future years. But one of the tools that have been implemented now as part of that Tyler implementation and our enterprise asset management software is capturing all of the work we do on our assets daily, and that feeds into the system planning as well, so that we have more data-driven decisions made that compare with the level of service needs, the public input, council goals. It's just one more piece of information. A very key piece that I missed in each one of those quadrants as we talked about it, the inner circle talks about the type of engagement and communication that we do at each step. So you'll see things on there, and my eyes aren't even that good. Collaborate, consult, respond. Collaborate is more where we have that two-way communication and the engagement with the community. When we get into the comment and the consulting phase, that's where we're more educating and informing them of what we're doing with the resources and the projects that we're delivering. And then respond is our operations staff. We're taking in their feedback, service requests, work orders that come in from the community to work on these assets, and feeds back into our project needs. Couple times. There we go. Okay. Okay, so where does the money come from? For the fiscal year 2026 to 2030 CIP, and before I get into the numbers, this first half of the presentation, we're really going to talk a lot about the full 5-year CIP, and then when we get into the system by system piece, I'll focus more on the upcoming year, fiscal year 26, of what's really getting approved or what's in front of you for consideration. So for the upcoming 5-year CIP, the utility funds will be providing $132 million of funding, and I want to get this correct, so I'll have my notes in front of me here. These funds are based on rates paid monthly by all utility billing customers. The system development charges are providing over $48 million, and these are the fees that developers pay for their impact on the existing system. So as a new subdivision or a new development comes into the city, they have an impact on your sewer system, your water system, the street system, and these are those fees that they pay for those impacts. Then the gas tax, things that you pay at the fuel pump, and other transportation funds, such as the TDT fund that was mentioned earlier today, they'll be contributing just over $40 million. Then we have two urban renewal districts. The downtown district will be contributing $1.2 million, and the Tigard Triangle district will provide just almost $6 million. And then we also have various grants of all sorts of flavors, federal, state, local, of $4.6 million in this proposed capital improvement plan. Go ahead.
Ethan Postrel?
Thank you. Just a quick clarification point on the sources of funds. So just to confirm, there's no debt in this? This is all just upfront revenue finance? Thank you.
It does work to point back there. Okay, so continuing on with where the money comes from, every year we like to highlight the top 5 funding sources in this 5-year plan. So the water fund, which is one of those utility billing funds, will be providing $82 million towards capital projects. Our street maintenance fee will be providing $26 million. The Washington County Transportation Development Tax, another developer-paid fund, is going to be providing just short of $23 million. And the Transportation SDC fund is $18.8 million, with Parks SDC being number 5 at $15.8 million. Okay. And now where do those, that's the funding, now where does the money go? Here, a key point is, I just mentioned the water fund, and then I'm going to say that $87 million goes to the water system. These numbers don't align dollar for dollar, and the main reason for that is when you look at a project in the system, there will be multiple funding sources feeding into those projects. So I didn't want anyone to get confused by water fund and then a water project aren't dollar for dollar the same. An example would be you're delivering a water main project, but you might pair some sort of street improvement with it and bring some transportation funding in, or there's a lot of different layering of funding. But we try to put the project in the system that has the majority of the work aligned with that system. So the water system is $87 million worth of work. Sanitary sewer is $3 million. A key thing to note there is it's a smaller system for us because a lot of the large-scale pump stations, sanitary sewer treatment, and the large conveyance pipelines are owned and maintained by a partner agency, Clean Water Services. So the city's role in the sanitary system is the smaller collection system and a lot smaller utility for us to maintain relative to the water system or the transportation system, where you see bigger dollars. Stormwater system will have $21.5 million of expenditures. Transportation is by far our largest system at $100 million. And then parks, you heard about 2 key projects earlier today, Began and Steve Street. There's $30 million of revenue there. And city facilities, just short of $12 million proposed over the next 5 years. Go ahead, Eric.
I just wanted to add one comment regarding the sewer system, as a lot of that is paid for by utility fees. So the city does collect fees on behalf of Clean Water Services. So when you receive your utility bill, you'll see that while our portion and responsibility for maintaining services doesn't mean our responsibility for, we still have the responsibility to bill and collect and then remit the payments to Clean Water Services.
Okay, and before we get into system by system and some of the key highlights, I just want to go through a few general updates about the CIP. One is a definition of what a CIP project is, and it's typically a project that extends the life of a current asset by 5 years or more, and or costs $50,000 or more to do that work. Anything short of that is more maintenance and operational, and you would see that in those specific divisional budgets. So this year, one of the significant changes, if you've been following along from previous years, is we are talking about a 5-year capital improvement plan. Previous years, we had a 6-year. The main reason for that is the new software that we have is really set up to only forecast out the 5 years. So this year, we made that change, and the result is we didn't have a full year of new projects coming in. We essentially had that final year already built out last year. So as we go through the next series of slides, there's not a lot of new projects to highlight. And just know next year at this point, we're going to have a full year of projects being added that we normally would have had in previous years. So you'll get to hear more from me next year about a lot more new projects. But we still have new projects to talk about in a few of the systems.
Can I just ask a general question? So really appreciate the CIP in brief. When we go into the actual CIP, is it possible next year to add a column for like the fiscal year it's anticipating, like the project? Because some of these, as I was reading through, it's really hard to like say, you know, the pump station 8 rebuild for $5 million. Like, that's great, it's happening in the next 5 years. When in the next 5 years? That information is not in the book.
It's on the individual project page, though?
No, when it goes online.
Oh.
Yeah, so you're talking the highlights in the CIP in brief?
I'm talking about these pages.
Oh, the
Like
prioritization
when it
sheets.
goes into the actual CIP, I
Yep.
think, you know, it's exciting for all of us to hear these projects and talk to community members, because community members are like, great, like, the park, when is this coming on? And if you look at this, you can't actually say it's actually anticipated to start next year. That is really helpful information if we could add. And I don't know about y'all's eyes, I had a really hard time differentiating between the shades of color and like which one was starting and fully funded. And so I just wanted to ask those questions.
I think on
next time.
the sheets you're looking at there is the section that talks about the prioritized list of what's funded and unfunded. So I think that is a spot where we could find a way to work in on the funded projects, which is probably the lightest color of shading since it printed black and white. I think we could find a way to address that. Ultimately, the schedule is on the individual project sheets, but I know that's cumbersome for somebody to have to then, one, know to go look at the later sheets and track that down. So I think there's a way to
Just a request.
improve on
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah.
And just to plug for the electronic book, those are shaded blue, green, and red. But in your
Yeah, and
printout,
I
you
mean,
don't see
I
that.
would say please print color, but that's a lot of color to waste. So
Yeah.
figuring out maybe a way for it's easier for, because a lot of us do, I like the paper. And it's hard to tell which was which. So just wanted to provide that feedback.
Yeah, I agree with Mayor Lube. I love seeing things printed in color, but in grayscale, it would be helpful, like looking at some of the pie charts earlier and so on, having some more of a value differentiation. And sort of building on what Mayor Lube said, I know, I always love when someone says it's on a page and then you hear the entire room start flipping around through their book. And I know with just my experience on the CIP section, there's a lot of projects and there's a lot of pages specifically about it. So it'd be awesome in future years potentially when we have a list of projects, just saying what page number we can skip to, so that way we can like dive into it beyond just like the heading. But I look forward to what we're about to discuss.
There's a
lot. I would like to make a plug. So we have as we mentioned earlier, a new budget tool called Questica or Unibudget. So one of the key investments as part of that tool is what's called a Capital Project Explorer. So this is going to be a searchable map that will show you exactly where the projects are and give you detail on each of those projects.
Oh, thank you. That was the first thing I did. I was like, wait a minute, there's a Reservoir 19 now after hearing Reservoir 18. Where's that? Wait, which page is the map?
We're not live
You're
with the
welcome.
system
Yes,
yet.
thank you.
Yeah. But that
So
will be
glad we
in
funded
future
that.
years.
Yeah, that's great.
So that's in the future.
Next year. Yes.
But you can on the online part, just click.
Yeah, and like in the book, like for water, which we're about to go into shortly, it's on page 201 and it sort of maps it out.
Nope, you're fine. I'm making sure there wasn't any more questions. So on trail projects, a note that I wanted to include here is historically they've always been included in the park system CIP. We are starting to see many of our trail projects as regional transportation facilities. So you're going to start seeing more of the trail projects in the transportation system going forward. So if you're ever looking for a project that we're talking about, just know it could be in one or the other system depending on how long that project's been around, or if it's a newer project, it may be in the transportation system. And then also to help further define this in a future year, we're currently working on system planning efforts for trails. So council, just a little plug, early July, the team will be visiting council to talk about phase 1 efforts of trail system plan, to give you a briefing on that. This will ultimately lead into next year's budget development for a bigger trail conversation at that time. So project contingency has always been a topic that we would get a lot of questions on. And so I wanted to give a little overview of how the contingency level at the project basis is determined. The general rule of thumb is we carry about a 40% contingency in the budget at the project level for projects that are more of an out year and little effort has been completed to date. As we start working through the projects and we get through a feasibility study or alignment study and some preliminary work has been completed, that percentage will typically drop to about 30% contingency. And then when you get into the design phase and you start getting closer to bidding and construction, we'll reduce that to 20%. And then we typically carry a 10% contingency through construction. So these projects that are multi-year, if you track them year over year, you'll start seeing those contingency amounts reduce based on a risk analysis as we progress through the schedule of those projects. And if you do the math, they're not all exactly 10, 20, or 30%, because we rely on our project managers and our consultants working on those projects to really fine tune that number based on their working knowledge of the project. Every project has its own level of risk, and those numbers do get tweaked a little bit. But just wanted to go through the rule of thumb on it. Also on programs, in previous years, we always just had a flat budgeted amount each year for programs. And a program is essentially a CIP project, but it's something that's ongoing every year. Like street maintenance, our pavement management program, where we're doing grind and inlay work of pavement, slurry seal, crack sealing, those kind of things. For a long time, we just had the same number budgeted every year, and we didn't necessarily keep up with inflation. So it meant we were spending the same amount of money but doing less work every year. So in fiscal year 25, we proposed increases to them, but we didn't tie it to any kind of index. In this year's proposed budget, or we're at proposed stage, proposed budget, we tied that to an index. And I believe I wrote down CCI, but it might be CPI index. We can verify that for you. We use a 2-year average for it because 3 years still captured a part of COVID inflation, and it seemed like it was an unrealistic number to grab that year. So going into next year, we're likely to grab 3-year rolling average for these programs so that we can keep up with inflation and continue delivering work. And then system planning and SDC analysis. Earlier I mentioned every system has a system plan. I want to go to this next slide. I went backwards. There we go. There's a lot of numbers on the slide. It's in your packet. But this plan in front of you is showing each system plan that we have or will be underway here soon in the corresponding year that the current plan has been adopted, the proposed update of that plan, and then the proposed SDC or rate analysis that would be a result of doing a system plan update. These are all budgeted through the capital improvement planning process. You'll see them as separate projects if you go into the full CIP and look at it. But it gives you that outlook. Like a good one would be sewer system plan. We have that underway right now. The last plan was adopted in May 2010. It is definitely past due and is currently underway today. It'll be updated or adopted by council this coming fiscal year. And then there isn't a date for the rate study because that is a CWS managed rate. But I believe, Director Kang, you mentioned the surcharge earlier, and that would be something that we take on in the near future for the stormwater surcharge.
And just for the committee's understanding, the stormwater surcharge is a local portion of the stormwater fee that the city gets to retain because a large bulk of the revenues go straight to CWS.
And then just a note on trail system plan and the facility system plan. It says to be determined on those rate analysis. The facility system plan that we're working on this coming year is the first system plan that the city has done for our facilities. We've always had kind of like facility maintenance plans and a lot of different piecemeal plans based on the building, but we haven't had a citywide facility system plan. So we're going to deliver that in fiscal year 26, and part of that, similar to trails, an outcome of it will be a decision on how do we fund these projects, and depending on what those answers are, then it may result into some sort of rate study or some extra effort on that. But at this point, we need to get through the first system plan update or development of these systems before we can have that conversation. Okay. So now we'll get into what we get for our investment. And the first system that we have is the water system. On the slides, the number of projects and the dollar amount is for the full CIP, and then I'll mention what is in the fiscal year 26 budget year that you're going to be considering. So for the full 5 years, there's 21 projects that will be underway for a total of $87 million. And of those projects, 18 will be worked on in some fashion during fiscal year 26 for a proposed amount of $16,370,000. There are two new projects to highlight for fiscal year 26. The first one is the Risk and Resiliency Assessment and Emergency Response Plan. These are similar to system planning efforts, and the original plan was to deliver these efforts as part of the water system plan update in a future year. However, we need to deliver these two efforts earlier than the water system plan is due to meet a state mandate. So we are proposing them to be a fiscal year 26 effort. And then there's one other project that is a new add to the CIP for water, and it's the pressure zone 560 subzone A, G, and H. The water world is really weird on project naming. And it's a pressure zone consolidation project. Basically, there's some inefficiencies in that pressure zone, and starting in fiscal year 29, we're going to have a large project to work on consolidating a lot of these sub-pressure zones into one. And so we're just bringing this project in now so that it's factored into fund projections. It is a prioritized project in the water system plan, and it's the newest one that we're adding at this time. Some of the key projects to highlight that'll be underway for fiscal year 26, also in the pressure zone 560, is the East Pressure Zone consolidation work. In previous years, it was known as the Bull Mountain Waterline Project. It is a pretty large pipeline project that's going to involve the area of Bull Mountain Road from 99W to our 10 Mill Reservoir. It's probably about a half mile off of 99W, and it'll include making some connections to our Canterbury Reservoir as well. So there'll be some boring underneath 99W. So it's a pretty large project, multi-year. The design effort on that is going to start this coming fiscal year. An ongoing program to mention is the Pipeline Renewal and Replacement Program. This was a project identified in the last water system plan, and we've been phasing into this program over the last couple of years. We are getting ready to deliver our first bid package on this for a mile of pipeline replacement. And each year going forward, it ramps up into work towards the goal of doing 3 miles a year as part of our asset management process in the water system. Reservoir 19, so thanks for the plug on that a few minutes ago. It is a new reservoir, and it's primarily to serve all the new development in the River Terrace area. So what you see as a proposed project right now is more of the early planning and early design efforts along with land acquisition for that reservoir. And it'll be on the west The hope is it's in the west and southwest area of River Terrace. And then also kicking off later in the fiscal year and going into fiscal year 27 is the water system plan. But that new project I mentioned about the emergency response plan, that effort won't be completed in time. So we have to do the emergency response plan sooner. I don't know if anybody wants me to stop after each system, or I'll just kind of watch for cards to fly up. So, okay there.
Counselor who?
Just quick question, where's the water source for Reservoir 19?
So it's the water source. These projects are all focused on our existing water source. So it's the Lake Oswego Tigard treatment plant. We also have our ASR wells to supplement that. But we don't have any work underway right now for any new water source. I gotta just put that away. Okay. So moving into the sanitary sewer system, in the 5-year plan, there's 6 projects that will be underway for just short of $3.2 million. In fiscal year 26, 4 of those projects will be active at $702,000. Previously mentioned, this is our smallest system, but we do have some key projects to highlight there. The sanitary sewer major maintenance program is a annual program. Most of our systems have a major maintenance program. These are for typical maintenance type work, but they are over that threshold for it to be handled at the division level. So a lot of point repairs or more of like emergency response to some things that we need to deliver on an annual basis is worked into that program. The sanitary sewer system plan update is currently underway. We have our consultant on board, and we just kicked that project off, so council will start hearing about that probably about 6 months or so out yet before we have any briefings on it. The Cured in Place pipeline project, and I try to throw a photo on each one of these slides to give a little flavor of what the work entails. This photo here is more of a rendering of what the CIPP work is, and it's taking your existing sanitary sewer mains, and a lot of them will have cracks or infiltration of groundwater into the sanitary sewer. And what we do is, it's a trenchless technology. They can go in from the manhole on each end of the pipe, and they put a liner into the pipe to harden it and extend the life of the pipe without impacting the surface. And typically is done like in one day. It's very, very low impact to the public. Significant cost savings as well. Some of it's even done at night, so a lot of people don't even know this work is going on when we're doing it. And then the final project to highlight here is our Rotary Plaza restroom. It is not a new restroom, but it is upgrading the sanitary sewer that's in Tigard Street that serves Rotary Plaza so that those restrooms can have extended service to the public. Okay, our stormwater system includes 9 projects totaling $21,500,000. And in fiscal year 26, 8 of those projects will be active for a total of $6,600,000. There is one new project that we are proposing. It is the Durham Road and Pacific Highway project. And for anyone that drives through there, every time it rains, there is routine ponding in the right turn lane. This project was previously scoped and designed for an internal maintenance project, and we found that after coordinating with ODOT on permits, the work was much larger than we anticipated, so it is becoming a capital improvement project. But happy to say we're very optimistic that ODOT is going to pair this with some of their ADA ramp work. So this project is for us to pay for the stormwater portion for them to deliver it. I'm going to be overly optimistic that it's like this fall, but most likely next, a year from this fall when they do their ADA ramp work. But with the approval of this budget, that will assure that this project can be delivered. And this is planning for worst-case scenario that the city has to deliver it ourselves. So if ODOT is able to deliver it, it will be a cost savings to the city, and we'll be able to realize the savings. Director King? Yes, thank you. So the question was, explain what stormwater is. So, yeah, so the stormwater system is made up of a lot of different things that can be stormwater. The rendering on here is actually a stream enhancement project that is for the Red Rock Creek area through Tiger Triangle. So it is conveyance of surface water, stormwater. Every time it rains, that water has to go somewhere. So it gets into Red Rock Creek. The stormwater system is conveying that to the lakes, ultimately to the Tualatin River. It also includes underground piping. So for that water to get to the creek, we have to convey it somehow. And so it's maintaining all the pipes underground. It's maintaining all that stormwater infrastructure, which is also treatment of it. So every time it runs off the ground, it's collecting oils from the road, there's pollutants in it. So you'll see large water quality facilities, or you might see planter boxes along the side of the street that have a lot of really cool plants in there. That is actually treating the water for a lot of those pollutants before it gets into the stream. I'm sure I downplayed it a little bit too much. If we had our operations supervisor in here, there's a lot of things they do. But it's really conveying the stormwater and treating the stormwater before it gets to the Tualatin River or into the groundwater. Almost missed the key projects here. So staggered a little bit from the sanitary sewer system plan. A little bit later this year, we're going to kick off a stormwater system plan update. Our current stormwater system plan has been very well received by the public and our internal teammates. So we're going to look at this as more of an update rather than a rewrite. And we'll heavily focused on basically the project list. So the methodologies and the goals in that system plan will be reviewed, but likely carried forward, and we're going to be focusing on updating the project list, and then coming out of that, we'll be updating methodologies for the rates and for SDCs. The Red Rock Creek Stabilization and Enhancement Project is currently out for bid. It is a multi-year construction project. So we hope construction will start end of June of this calendar year and take 2 construction seasons or 2 summers to complete. It is located through the former Tigard Cinema site, and it stretches from Dartmouth to 72nd along the Red Rock Creek. This project is also not only for stormwater improvement and for treatment, but there's a sanitary sewer line along this route that is actually exposed in a few areas, and this is going to protect that sanitary sewer from having any emergency overflows or anything into our surface water for public health. 121st Avenue Bridge and Summer Creek Bank Stabilization. It is not a bridge replacement. It is just focused on stabilizing the bank along near that bridge and a little bit downstream from 121st Avenue. We're seeing pretty extensive erosion through that area. That project is currently in design as well. Most likely summer of '26 for construction. And then I briefly already touched on the Durham Road improvements. Okay, moving on to our largest system, which is transportation. To give you a flavor of what's included in transportation, these are typically anything from our pavement management program, where we're doing the crack seal, the chip seals, those kind of things, to full reconstruction of our streets. It also includes trails for those regional level trail projects. And then there's a lot of bike and pedestrian safety projects as well worked into this system. So over the 5 years ahead, we'll have 27 projects, just over $100 million worth of work. In fiscal year '26, we'll have 26 projects underway with an expenditure of $20,800,000. A few new projects to mention. We have a Tigard Triangle Transportation Improvements Program and a Downtown Transportation Improvements Program. These are each funded by the Urban Renewal Fund for those districts. This will be the first year for those projects, and the idea there is for the city to be able to deliver smaller, kind of call it quick win improvements in the pedestrian network in those districts. So it could be upgrading a ramp or a pedestrian crossing that might be a barrier today. It could be signage improvements, altering some pavement markings, just different things that come up routinely throughout the year, especially as developments occur and maybe patterns of traffic or people change. These programs will allow us to quickly respond and make very impactful but reasonably priced improvements. And when we say it's a program, remember this is a ongoing every year program. So these are two new programs proposed this year that we hope will continue on into the future. And I know it's not today, but in a future budget meeting, I believe the Urban Renewal manager will be here to talk about their budget, and that's where this funding's come from. Next week? Okay, thank you. Or next meeting, yeah. Another new project proposed is pedestrian safety enhancements on Southwest Bull Mountain Road and Southwest Gardy Street. These are for two enhanced pedestrian crossings. One is by Elizabeth Price Park, and the other one is on Gardy, and I'm slipping my name, but I believe it's by the church or school just west of 99W to improve the ped safety crossing both of those streets. These are contingent on a ODOT grant, and we're currently on the 150% list of that under review. So if the grant comes through, we'll be delivering these projects. The appropriation that's in the budget right now is for the match money of those grants. We're also proposing a new project that's titled Traffic Calming Program. Our staff has been out in the community engaging in various districts throughout the city, getting feedback on what the community would like to see for a traffic calming program. And this here is similar to the two Urban Renewal District transportation improvement programs, where it's smaller projects that will be focused on pedestrian safety throughout the entire city. And we're just under development of that program right now, but the community has been very responsive and is really engaging with us on what their needs are so far. So it'll be things like installing speed feedback signs, could be speed bumps, smaller projects that are pretty impactful on speeds, and then resulting in pedestrian safety. And then we also have a Red Rock Creek Trail crossing of Highway 217 pedestrian bridge study that's proposed as a new project. And this is also for matching money for a grant that's under review by ODOT. So it's contingent on that grant being approved. If it's approved, we'll be proceeding with that in fiscal year '26. So get into a few key projects. I kind of lumped a lot of things together into general statements on here. The transportation system programs, you'll see throughout this system, there's many programs. The pavement management program, mentioned a few times today, crack seal, slurry seal. It's keeping our pavement condition index at a 80 or better. That's based on a 100 scale. We are very proud that we are meeting or exceeding that for a handful of years now, and that's primarily because we have our street maintenance fee on your utility bill. In the region, we have probably one of the best, almost say with some confidence that we probably do have the best PCI rating in our region. And it's definitely noticeable when you leave the city of Tigard that condition changes. So that one program really goes a long way for maintaining our street infrastructure. We also have a bike ped program that's primarily used for some of those safety improvements on the pedestrian network. And it's also historically been used as matching money for different grants, like Safe Routes to School grants, so that we can leverage some of the state and federal dollars available. Safe Routes to School projects. Example of this was the recently completed Locust Street project to Metzger Elementary. We now have a Safe Routes to School grant for Templeton and Templeton and Tualatin schools. And that project was recently bid and should be breaking ground here in a couple weeks. That's going to be adding sidewalk or a shared use path along Murdoch, going through East Butte Park, and then also improving some sidewalk gaps and pedestrian crossings out to McDonald Street to the north and then to the south to Sattler. So there's going to be a lot of work in that district with the Safe Routes to School project. The North Dakota Street and Tiger Street bridges over Fannel Creek. In this proposed budget, we have the Tiger Street Bridge fully funded. That is at 90% design right now. We're hoping next summer to go to construction for replacing the Tiger Street Bridge. North Dakota Street Bridge still has a funding gap or some concerns. The biggest unknown right now is we have a grant application into Metro for $8 million on that bridge. If that comes through, we have confidence that we can deliver the project. Without that grant, we'll have some things to work on for funding there. I'll pause. Mayor?
I just want to add, commenting is open to talk about on the Metro website for our FFA Phase 2. Please go and make a comment on how important this bridge is to Tigard. That money would be excellent.
Yes, thank you for that. And I believe the comment period closes on April 30th, so we only have a few days if anyone's interested in providing the public comment on that project.
Regional flexible funding allocation. It's money that funds through Metro, and they are looking for, so all of the projects that were submitted were then ranked, and they have a ranking, and then if you go on their website, it's a public comment period about all of the projects. So I think the Tigard one is like a pink dot. It's kind of hard to see. Because it's a bridge and there are some other things that are longer streets. So if you just want to make a comment on how important that funding is, to give you some just general background information, it is an emergency lane for, I believe, our fire department. It's highly used by a lot of people in the region. We have tried for years to get funding for this bridge, and cost escalation went from us being able to afford both bridges to only actually being able to afford one bridge. So we need outside funding. This bridge is at risk to tell us that we have to start putting restrictions on it without being completely replaced. If we don't get this funding, I'm not trying to do any scare tactics, but the money that we do have could turn it into perhaps a pedestrian and bike bridge only, which would be very challenging for individuals who live in that area. So this funding is really, really critical for us. We've been advocating at JPAC and all sorts of different things to talk about it. So it's probably more than you ever wanted to know about this bridge, but I can talk more. Hopefully that gets you covered.
As a follow-up, we'd be happy to send out the link to the committee so you can see what that process looks like, and if you'd like to make a comment, where you can go for that.
Okay, just a few more key projects to highlight here. McDonald Street, we've talked about this project a few times, I think in previous budget years. We have a consultant on board currently working on the 30% design effort. Not too far out, we'll start engagement efforts as well with the community on this project. It is a multi-year, very large project to basically rehab or reconstruct McDonald Street between Hall Boulevard and 99W. We'll be adding some turn lanes, but primarily focused on pedestrian safety through there as well. It'll tie into some of the improvements we're doing with the Safe Routes to School project for Templeton and Tualatin. And there's also some utility work, hardening our water backbone through there for supplying drinking water to everybody in the city. There's a couple really critical water lines through this corridor. And this is one of the few projects that we can use the Washington County TDT fund on. I don't have the number in front of me right now, but I believe it's upwards of $17 million able to go to this project. So it's a significant project that we can spend some of those really restricted funds on. Close to $20 million of TDT funds. So that is coming over the next couple of years, but happy to say that one is finally underway. We've been talking about that for a while now. And then the final one on the screen is Greenberg Road between Hall Boulevard and Highway 217. This is a Washington County MISTIP funded project. So it's in our CIP because we have, well, let me back up. The MISTIP program is delivered by Washington County and it's county funds. So the project is fully delivered by them with their staff, but we do have some City of Tigard utilities in this corridor, and we want to make sure it's designed to City of Tigard standards and delivers the concept that we envision for Greenberg. So we have a project manager also assigned to the project. So the effort that you're approving as part of the CIP is for a little bit of that utility work, and then our internal project management staff to be a liaison to the county on this project. And that is also in the early phases, but the county is working on getting the consultant on board right now. So the project has begun. Any questions on transportation?
Counselor Hu?
Thank you. So in also the line item explanation for large dollar changes, in federal grant, it was projected to increase by almost 380%. And it mentioned a couple of CIP projects. One is the Safe Street and Road for All, and that means, and it mentioned that the federal, we're getting $300,000. Do we have that secure?
We have an IGA in place, and that project is underway. We're expecting to wrap that up here
good.
very soon.
Okay.
So I have confidence in that one.
Okay, but this is a huge increase, and it also includes project 95091 for Red Rock Creek Trail, Railroad Bridge, but that's not in our CIP right now. So do you have? So that's not that means you don't have confidence you'll be done in the next 5 years?
Correct. That was a project that we had as part of our proposed budget, and then as going through internal review, it's actually a really good example of one of the earlier questions of how we had to make trade-offs on different things. We had low level of confidence in a very large federal grant coming through for that project.
Got it.
So we did remove that project before the requested, so it is not being considered today.
Oh, so the item 44800 will delete that amount now? Okay.
Correct.
All right, got it, thanks.
Okay, moving into our park system. In the 5-year CIP, we have 14 projects totaling that. I read two different things wrong. Sorry about that. We have 22 projects totaling $30 million in the full 5-year CIP. In fiscal year 26, we have 14 projects that are just over $5 million of expenditures. We only have one new project proposed in this system, and that is the Ash Creek Trail. This project is one that has a large amount of uncertainty for external grants for the project to take place, but it is a very good opportunity for the city to partner with Metro and Clean Water Services to leverage some capital work that Clean Water Services is going to be doing for a Metzger sanitary sewer trunk line. And what that would allow us to do is to apply for the Metro Community Visionings grant, because we can bring the CWS effort in as a significant match to that grant and potentially allow us to obtain the property and construct the Ash Creek Trail that would start at Highway 217 and kind of run behind all the newer apartments on Oak Street and connect out towards in one direction, it would get you towards Washington Square Mall, and to the east, it would get us over to Hall Boulevard. It is a very large project that without these partnerships and this grant opportunity, I don't see the city really ever being successful in it. So this new project being proposed is for the city's match money and for our resources to help with delivering the grants and the earlier effort on this project. Few key projects to highlight. The Steve Street Park and Trail, that project is nearing completion for design. We expect to bid it out late summer or early fall of this year. But with procuring playground equipment and a lot of the supplies and then getting into fall wet weather construction is likely to occur next summer, or basically a year from right now. And then Bagan Park is in design right now, but it's about 30% complete. And that one is also in a unique position that it's in that same corridor that Clean Water Services is going to be doing that Metzger sanitary sewer work. So we are currently coordinating project schedules with them to make sure we don't build a park and have them rip it up the following year. So there's some partnership there. And then it also can play into that Ash Creek Trail grant application. It's along the same alignment. It's just on the other side of Highway 217. So there's a lot of moving pieces on these schedules that we're currently working on. The Cook Family Park accessible boat ramp. If you've been down there, you saw some preliminary work already taking place. We're getting ready to install the new dock fairly soon, but this is a phased project that we are working on securing the final grants for the kayak launch as well. That'll be part of this project. So we're fairly optimistic on those grants coming through. We have a good relationship with some of the grantors, and we're hoping that we secure that money in the near future. Copper Creek and Cook Family Park stream stabilization. If you head out to the trail on the west side of the park, you might see for many years now we've had a unique stormwater outfall kind of maintained with some pipes. This project is going to redo that area and take care of the erosion issues that we have occurring down there. That is also in the design phase as we speak. In the Fannel Creek Trail between Bonita Road and Durham Road, this is a project development phase, so it's taking the previously completed alignment study for Fannel Creek Trail and working towards more of a 10% design. This is one of the last remaining segments of the Fannel Creek Trail to complete, and it's also one of the last ones because it's probably going to be the most difficult and most expensive to deliver. So this effort here is going to help us define the exact scope and cost of the project so that we can be successful going into grant applications to make sure that we're asking for the right amount of money, asking for the right scope of work. And so that project's going to be kicking off July 1st. We do have federal money on that project, but as everything we're hearing right now is that funding is secure as we speak today, and we're just tracking that closely to make sure that it is okay. But as we said today, we're planning on kicking that off July 1st. And then the trail system plan, we are wrapping up phase 1 of that effort. Phase 1 is primarily looking at the current state of Tigard Trails and putting together all the resources that we need to maintain and operate the current trail network. Once we get through this phase 1 effort, then we hope to move into phase 2, which is doing your conventional system planning, talking about the growth and the development, building out the entire trail system.
Mayor Lube?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions because I think these are really great key projects for fiscal year 2026. But also looking right at the capital improvement plan, there's some stuff that we continue to do every year that I don't think we necessarily talk enough about. Some of it includes like the parks major maintenance program, which means replacing outdated equipment and those sorts of things. But perhaps, if you could talk a little bit about our tree canopy replacement program, and then we have something for the cities of Tigard, Tualatin, and the Tigard Tualatin School District program that, you know, is starting to escalate over the years, and so if you want to talk about what that is too, that would be great.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot, and then I see Business Manager Barrett, he might have some things to add if I miss any, but one of the key things that we did in the last couple of years with the tree canopy replacement program is the city has planted over 60,000 saplings in the city. One thing for us to be mindful going forward is it's not in the city of Tigard yet, but very close by, I believe in Forest Grove, there's a new beetle here that is called the emerald ash borer. If it is very destructive, and it is likely to kill every ash tree that we have, if, most likely when it gets here. So with the tree replacement program and some of our major maintenance work, we are being proactive, and we're going to start treating some of our ash trees that we feel are critical to maintain, and we're also going to be looking at what trees don't pose a significant risk versus which ones have a risk or potential to be a hazard tree, and start mitigating what those impacts of the emerald ash borer will be to our system. So the tree canopy fund is assisting with that. And that treatment is actually going to be starting, I believe, in May for the first year, and it's really a 5-year plan to be that we have programmed right now for emerald ash borer. Sorry, Mayor, what was the other program?
The partnership with
the partnership.
yeah.
So this one, primarily our parks manager, Rick Groen, is building a relationship with the Tigard Tualatin School District, and the intent here is for us to collaborate with them to program a lot of the properties that are owned by the school district, so that we can leverage their properties with our park and rec program and share space and work together. Today I don't have like the specific projects that includes, but it's really working so that we can utilize the same space.
Counselor Hu?
Thank you, Chair. So my question has to do with the Dirksen Nature Park small natural play area right by the new parking area. There's already a play area not too close by the parking. So I'm wondering why there's a need for another play area so close to the existing play area.
Yeah, I'm happy to get you a better description after today, but I know that we have basically a master plan for the Dirksen Nature Park that was completed, I believe about 10 years ago now, and this was a project highlighted in that master plan. I believe it's to be more accessible. The park is accessible, but it's a little bit of a distance to get to the other playground and the nature play that we have. So that's part of what I understand of it today, but I'm happy to report more back on the true need for that project. It is one of the last projects to deliver, other than improving the sports field there.
Yeah, that's very expensive. So
master plan.
Yeah, well, the reason I'm asking is because for the price of that play area, it seems like we could pay for 3 that are unfunded in the unfunded area. So I'm just wondering about priority, because we already have a play area that's so close to that play area. So I'm just wondering if we should divert that money instead to 3 other projects that's not funded. Like, you know, so I don't know. Yeah, I'm happy to continue that discussion.
I'll definitely note that, and I'll look into the prioritization of that project, and we'll report back.
Okay. And the other question is following on Mayor Loop's comment about park maintenance, major maintenance program. So I'm just wondering, do you have like a mini CIP sort of list of within this CIP? Because since this project is increasing money by every $25,000, I assume you have some project already in mind that you need, you know, to-do list, repair list every year. I wonder if that's accessible to the public, or?
That's so we don't have a like a 5-year CIP for the major maintenance. It's more working with the park supervisors and park manager on replacing the smaller
Right,
play
okay.
structures, or, you know, if we have a, like a swing set go age out, or make smaller repairs that require us to bring in materials or a contractor to do that work, where it's above and beyond just daily operational maintenance. So we don't have a list forecasting that out. The growth that you see is primarily keeping up with inflation so that we're able to maintain the same service level. Otherwise, without having that growth, we would be providing less work in future years, because the money's not keeping up with the cost of doing business.
Can the public request repairs?
So through our Tigard service requests,
Okay,
we do
got it,
get quite
yeah.
a few where trail users, park users, they'll send in notes that say they see a concern with a piece of
Right.
equipment or with a trail, and then our staff evaluate that and respond appropriately.
All right. The reason I'm asking is because I've been asking for many years about the trash can in our Cook Park. Like, you know, when it rains, the water accumulate on top of the trash can lid, and it's very heavy to lift it. And when you lift it, the water just go over you. So I was been asking for new design for our trash can for Cook Park, but even the new ones seems to be still keeping the same design. So, so I'm just wondering if that's something, you know, that this fund could do for replace trash can in the future. But I will make a request.
I think that could be an appropriate use if that was, you know,
Okay.
relative to all the things, you know, just prioritizing work. But
Okay.
I think they could fund something like that out of
Okay.
that program.
All right. Thank you.
Any additional questions?
Okay. So our final system is the facility system. In the 5-year plan, we have 6 projects totaling $11,700,000. In the upcoming fiscal year, we'll have 4 active projects with an expenditure of $9,300,000. There is one new project proposed for fiscal year '26, and that is the facility system plan. Previously mentioned that a little bit. This is likely to result in future growth of this system. So we would assume that the system plan is going to show a lot of the needs that we have in our facilities and start developing a more robust facility system that we'll be talking about more in the future. The key projects to highlight here are the library roof replacement and the library HVAC system. It is also for the library's emergency heating and cooling center. This is that project that was mentioned earlier today that we have the Congresswoman Salinas earmark going towards it. Earlier today, you also heard about the city facilities modernization project for police and public works. And fiscal year '26 has the appropriations set up for that early design effort and working towards the bond measure. And then, once again, the facility system plan is a very critical thing for us to deliver, seeing that we've never had one previously. It's going to go a long way to tell the story on how we assure that we maintain and operate our facilities. I think staff know they're doing a great job, and the report's going to show that. So it's going to be a great tool to communicate the needs and help develop the CIP further. Any questions on facilities? I'll act as chair. Go ahead.
So since you're working on the facility system plan, and I guess talking about the 2026 bond, I feel like getting a bond passed for the first time is the hard part, and then it's sort of like maintaining the rate, because the public has sort of already agreed to that tax rate. Do you see the potential for the systems plan for like having the bond sort of renew perpetually to do future projects?
From my perspective, it might be a little too early to make that assumption. I don't think we've ever had that discussion quite yet as far as how we would maintain. But the way we are doing it currently today is we have what's called a facilities internal service fund. And so we have a certain percentage that we earmark towards maintaining our facilities. That being said, that revenue, that funding source is underfunded, from my opinion, which is the reason why we don't have the funds today to replace the HVAC system and the roof out of those reserves. But that being said, that would likely be the mechanism of how we would have to replace and pay for our facilities, which could be done in a number of ways. And it's all going to be informed really by this facilities plan, because that could also, they'll also guide what we do with our current facilities. And so when we have a new public works and police facility, well, we have another public works facility there. And so what's the impact of that building, or what kind of decisions should the council make regarding that building, and then what's the impact to our ongoing maintenance costs? So I guess that's a long way to answer to say that there's too many variables for us to really know and have an educated guess at this point on what that can look like, just because there's so many different moving parts.
Any other questions? Sorry. Ethan Postel? Sorry.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Wisniewski, for a very thorough presentation. Clearly, there's a lot of the dollars here, so appreciate the time spent on it. A few questions. At the beginning, you talked about the contingency and how it, kind of decreases throughout the stages of the project down to around 10% for the actual execution. So this is part question, part comment. The question part is, have you, thought about maybe increasing that contingency, considering everything going on macroeconomically with the tariffs and everything? I imagine the answer to that, like we've heard, is it's still very early to tell, and we don't want to have any knee-jerk reactions, and things are changing every day. So if that is basically the answer to that part of the question, then the comment is just from an input standpoint, I would definitely recommend erring on the side of over contingency than under contingency at this point. But any comment on that?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Like, we don't know. But one key thing here is during COVID, our contingencies were pretty flat, kind of carried 10 to 20% across the board on all projects, regardless of the phase. And during that time, we learned that that didn't cover the risk and the uncertainty when you have a volatile market out there. So I kind of see the impacts of tariffs being somewhat similar to the unknowns of the COVID era. So I'm a little more optimistic that hopefully now that we're at this 40% and we have this new tiered structure of reducing it as the project progresses, that it allows us to capture some of this unknown early. But, we're in that 90-day pause right now. So yeah, when 91 days hit and we start seeing the impacts, then we'll have to comment more then. But the best we can say is we're tracking it, and we'll address the best we can at that time.
Yeah.
It's just too much unknown today.
Right, absolutely. Well, yeah, thank you. So, yeah, I think I understand. That makes total sense. Obviously, as you get closer to the project, there's less uncertainty, and so it makes sense to have less contingency. So that seems like a good kind of lesson learned from the COVID era. Another question, how much of all of this generally, and I'm sure it depends project to project, but very broad stroke, how much is contracted versus, city performed?
The majority, if not, it's not all, but safe to say almost all of this work is contracted work in some form. Construction is bid out contracted work, and with our internal resources, we do very little in-house design. We have in-house project management, but we rely on consultants to really deliver the work.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'd assumed. Thanks. You mentioned a pedestrian bridge that was in the maybe consideration phase of in some way. I think I'm getting the terminology wrong. Red Rock Creek or in that area or something. So I think you said that would be over 217. So am I picturing that right? That it would be like from like around where the Well and Good Cafe type area is over to like where the new Public Works Police facility roughly would be?
Approximately, yeah, and
Okay.
that general that's the general area of 217 that it would be crossing in. And this effort would really lock down that alignment and the impacts to, do we need easements? Do we have the property? What's the environmental impacts? What's the true cost to deliver this project? So then we can go into securing construction grants.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that clarification. Last thing for me, a comment, thanks in advance to whoever's gonna send out the link to the North Dakota Bridge. Looking forward to sharing that with neighbors and other community members who I know would be very interested in securing that funding.
Councillor Hu?
The Red Rock Trail alignment is online, so if somebody could send that document too, everybody can see the alignment, so.
I think throughout the majority of the conversation today, we kind of touched on all these things, but just, it's good to mention that some of the uncertainties and things that we continue to track are inflation and those project contingencies. Where every year we're going to be looking at, is the 40% the correct amount to start with, or what's the current nature of our economy? Do we need to make adjustments? Supply chain, it doesn't matter if everything looks good here, but if you have an ice storm somewhere like in Texas and it wipes out chlorine supply, or it wipes out a PVC pipe plant or something like that, it really trickles down to us. Those are two things that happened previous year or whatever that really impacted project cost. So those are things that we're tracking. And then our favorite topic, it seems like, is the tariffs and the federal grant uncertainty. So not much to really report on those today, but those are like the hot items that we continue to track, and if needed, we'll be ready to revisit what it, reprioritizing projects or funds or whatever it's going to take to address those issues.
Aaron McCool?
Hey, I just have a quick question about contingencies. I was just looking through, and there's like $1.5 million in contingencies on the facilities. I mean, obviously, some of that will get eaten up as things go through, but what happens with the leftover contingency? Does that roll back into, I'll just stop there. Where does that go?
Yeah, so any project savings, if it be in the contingency line item or whatever portion of the project has a savings, that would just fall back into the fund balance itself. So then in future year CIP development, you would have that fund level to work off of to put towards future projects.
Okay, so it does roll into the next budget. There's not because I know there's unfunded projects, but there's nothing where it can be then, if we have leftover funds, it goes to this. It will go to where we have to allocate it next
Correct.
budget cycle. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments regarding the CIP project? Okay, then I think our next agenda item is to summarize our any follow-up items that we might have. And so Lindsay, Kalina, do we have a list of any follow-up items, or? Yeah, I only captured one in my notes, so
Okay.
I just
Yeah, I
wanted to
think
make
we all
sure.
have the same one. Dirksen?
Yep, Dirksen. Are there any other additional follow-up items that we need to add?
So please absolutely correct us if we're wrong, but we believe that most questions were answered today. The one that we have remaining is regarding the Dirksen small play area, and if we've already have a play area in that vicinity, and can we utilize these funds elsewhere for other projects? And that will be followed back up on. Oh, and the link for the RFA. Sorry, I have that on my screen already, so.
Assistant City Manager Tritch.
Thank you. There was also a request for next year's budget document to include the years in which CIP projects will be implemented, and so we've collected that one as well. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, I think that covers any ads or, oh, Counselor Schlack?
I'm just wondering, since there are so few follow-ups, the next meeting is largely going to be focused on TCDA and that one follow-up. Would that be accurate at this point?
Yes, so the next meeting actually kind of brings us to a good point to summarize and also share a little bit about the agenda for next meeting. So May 12th is what we have planned for our second meeting. So during that time, we will be preparing and sharing the proposed TCDA budget. And so that is our urban renewal district. And then we'll be covering any sort of follow-up items. And I'm not sure if I'm forgetting anything else during that time. But I believe that does cover that next meeting.
I think this is the least number of follow-up items I've ever, oh, sorry, you're right. Forget I said it. Yeah, that is, you guys have done an amazing job. This is part of why I love being on the budget committee, is because it's just a lot of fun and you put in so much work and so much heart to what you present every time. So thank you. And thank you to the committee. Are there any other questions or comments or anything we need to, oh, Councilor Hu?
Oh yeah, and I just want to follow up and really appreciate all the city teammates for the budget, and I really appreciate the department heads for some of the new project. Like I mentioned, the trauma-informed training at the library and career advancement training at the public works, and teammates' overall wellness at the police department. So I really appreciate everybody putting thought into that for taking care of our city teammates. So thank you so much.
Any other comments?
If I could, Chair, if I could use this moment to make a plug. So on May 6th and May 7th, we do have an opportunity to engage with the community from 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock. Let's see, on the, we have a flyer. They're at the front. So we have our Coffee Meets Budget. So we've invited the community to meet with the finance team, and anyone on this committee is welcome to be there to share with the community about what's included in the proposed budget, and also to listen to feedback if there's anything that we're missing as we're going through this budget process. So it's an opportunity to both engage and hear directly from the community with a cup of coffee. Yeah, and for the first time, we're having them in community. One's going to be, well, one's at the senior center, which is, I guess, technically a city facility. And then the other will be at Well and Good Cafe.
Okay, if there are no further follow-up comments or questions, just a reminder, we're going to, I'm going to ask for a motion to recess for today, but we will resume our next scheduled meeting on Monday, May 12th at 6 p.m. Dinner will be provided for everybody at 5:30. So that we can have an on-time start, because for those of us that work during the day, 6 p.m. to whenever the budget meeting ends is a long day. So I think that's it. Can I get a motion to recess?
I move to recess until the next scheduled meeting.
Second? All right, the meeting is adjourned. Recessed, not adjourned. Recessed.